For some reason, I've decided to stop recording my streams, but we're recording this stream, guys. We're recording. This battery's gonna die so fast. It's not even a joke. Oh. I already forgot my schedule. Okay. Ugh.
Cleaning up my dog's diarrhea routine.
Don't listen to her. Don't listen to her. She's trying to infect your brain with the thought of poop. Oh my gosh. But I do like her stuff. Someone replied to one of my comments that I commented on, her name is Liz Seibert. Her dog had a little wet poop accident. And she has carpet. So it's a tragedy. And I mentioned that we used to give dogs Fortiflora when they had issues with diarrhea when I worked as a vet assistant. What I didn't put in that message is that I wasn't allowed to do that unless I asked a doctor's permission. I actually got in trouble for giving a dog Fortiflora without asking a doctor's permission once, because, like, who knows, what if the dog was allergic to it and I had no idea. So anyway, I didn't mention that you should probably ask your vet before doing that. I did not do that. So I gave medical advice without seeking a professional. So sue me. But someone responded. I also said that she ruined the word diarrhea because she said it so much. And I don't want to use that word ever again. So let's not say it anymore. Anyway, someone responded to that comment saying, "Really? I think it may be caused by stress because if you saw the yawn at the end, it mostly looked like a stress yawn. So I thought it may be caused by stress and anxiety. Can you tell me, please? I'm still not 100% at recognizing the stress signs." I didn't comment on stress. I don't know. I didn't make a comment on stress. Some other poster said, like, "Oh, that's probably a stress yawn." I don't think they meant to reply to my comment, because I didn't comment on stress. Hi, Monster 6 Jam. My day, I can talk about my day. My day has been this Instagram reel that have made my day. But before I got onto social media, I went on a walk. I went on a walk because I wanted to go, there's a little bodega in my neighborhood, and I wanted to see if they were open. But it's a Sunday, so why would they be open on a Sunday? So, I don't know. But I wanted to check, because I don't really know their schedule. They don't have a schedule posted. It's so family-owned that I really don't know how to keep up with it. But I wanted hot Cheetos, and they did not have any, so I decided to go on a walk instead. So yeah, that's my day so far. I canceled lunch plans. I was supposed to go to a pie shop in North Hollywood, and I decided not to because I wanted to watch YouTube videos and go on a walk and shower, and so I canceled those plans. And my friend, she ended up going. Her phone died, and then she took the metro home. So honestly, that feels pretty eventful. Her day more than mine, but yeah, I can't believe she went, because I just can't. It's astounding of belief. And I showered, and I'm looking at this post, and I'm confused at it, and I have grapes. Oh my god, I don't even know where my camera is. And now I have to turn off camera for a second because I have to change my battery. So, but I'm still here. I'm still alive. But one thing that I think, I don't really want to change my camera because I love my camera. I just want to figure out a way that I don't have to take my battery out all the time. I feel like there must be a way for me to vlog with this camera without having to take out the battery all the time. I will figure that out one day. But today is not that day. Today is the day where I just change the battery. But I would love to figure that out. If anyone knows how to do that, please let me know. I mean, oops. That's like the good thing about webcams that I wasn't really considering when I got this camera because I was considering I was considering streaming with this camera the moment I got it. I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be the perfect camera to stream with, the perfect camera to take out because it's just like a G7X but cheaper and small, but like a little bit bigger than a G7X, and like size mattered in my mind, and size sometimes matters. I mean, in this case, it kind of does because you can replace the lens with a larger DSLR with an adapter that I have never bought. But the concept seemed cool at the time, and I was like, okay, I can do this. Buy the camera. Oh gosh. These are my least favorite technical difficulties of all time. Like this very moment where it's like, I honestly think maybe the camera has to load because it's confused. It's like, what is going on? All this information that you're asking me to process. It's crazy. So I do like my camera a lot. I just need to figure her out. I'm sorry, it's a black screen. I need my camera to work. Please. Okay, I'm gonna unplug it and then replug it in. Because the battery's in. It was plugged in. We're gonna try one more time. Well, like, we're gonna try a billion more times. See? It magically fixes and you're like, oh great, I can continue. Beautiful. That's another thing that I will have to troubleshoot in life. But for now, beautiful camera. I need to know what that means. I recently have been getting into Twitch emotes, and I've seen that one, but I don't know what it means. I need a dictionary. I'll look them up. A guide to understanding Twitch emotes on Polygon. To understand every moment of Twitch, every pitfall, yada yada. Kappa. Try hard. Bruh, these are so zoomed in. When you're looking at them with Twitch, they look like different people. I can't believe that these are actually people. Kappa, try hard. PogChamp. Yeah, I know PogChamp. Forehead. Come on, bruh. Okay. Lol. Omega lol. I know Omega lol. BTTV emotes. Great. I know haha. What is my neighbor choosing to do with their time? I wonder if they're nailing something into the wall. I don't even want to think about it. Gotchagasm. What the fuck? I feel like after we look at after I'm looking all of these, they did not really explain the one that you used, but it doesn't really matter. I guess we can start talking about Till. So, I went to an event yesterday. A free event that if you live in LA, you could all go to. Yeah. And it's at the Hammer Museum, which is pretty close to UCLA. And we got to see Till, the movie. And there was an interview and a Q&A with the director. And I don't know her name. And her name is a little complicated, so I'm going to just look it up really quick. Her name is Chikonye Chukwu. Chikonye Chukwu. The movie came out January 6th. I did not know that it came out so soon. I thought it came out like in December. I thought I was very late to the party of Till. That makes me wonder if it's going to be up for Oscar bait. I thought it was gonna be because there was the actors on YouTube that I watched that she was in. And in that moment, and by she, I'm talking about Danielle Deadweiler, who is the main lead in Till. She was in an Actors on Actors with Jennifer Lawrence, Michelle Yeoh, and all the others. And her previous professor at USC was there, or UCLA. I don't know. I think it was UCLA. And she went to UCLA back in 2004, and he was her professor back in 2004. And he helped work with her on her master thesis film, which was all very exciting for me. Okay. Danielle Deadweiler is an American actress. She began her career appearing on the Atlanta stage, notably 2009 production for Colored Girls, before making her screen debut in 2012 drama film Across to Bear. Let's see. Are these all the things that she's been in, or are these just random TV shows? I have never heard of Danielle Deadweiler. Her name is cool. She was in Till, The Harder They Fall, Reckoning, Across to Bear. Oh, she was in Gifted? I love Gifted. Who is she in Gifted? Ugh, if you don't know what Gifted is, it is my favorite McKenna Grace film, where she's like, I'm a genius. I'm a mathematician genius, and I'm 7, and I'm super talented, and Chris Evans is my super hot uncle, and my mom was crazy, and she killed herself because she was just too smart for this world. I love it. It's like the epitome of elitism off intelligence. And I love elitism. I could sip a cup of elitism any day of the week because I'm toxic. But, damn. Till. If we want to talk about Till, it's a different genre of toxic because it was a racist toxicism. It was honestly probably the most angering film I've ever watched in my life. Its box office so far is 9.4 million. The budget was 20. I'm glad they're like being pretty honest. I don't know what I'm trying to say. If you don't know, the movie Till is about the true story of Mamie Till Bradley, whose son was named Emmett Till, who was brutally murdered in Money, Mississippi in 1955. And his story was spread all over the country, and his mom politicized his story and campaigned against lynching in America and just like human rights. She campaigned for human rights. And honest to God, I was just pissed. I don't know. It was, I'm trying to think of how can I define why it pissed me off so badly. What are my goals for 2023? I don't know. I do have them written down. So I think I have them written down somewhere. So let me look. Why did Till piss me off? Till, I honestly felt really, I was like looking for a punch in that show that I wasn't finding. And I was looking for faults within it, but there aren't really major faults within the movie. The major faults are within the system. The system was crazy. I was angry before the trial, but I mean, I don't know why. Oh, there were so many moments where they focus on Mamie's face, and they're just like trying to grasp her perspective of the situation that's at hand. Like, Emmett wanted to go to Mississippi to hang out with his family. That's all he wanted to do. He wanted to see what Mississippi was like, go on vacation. And she was petrified for him. She was like, I don't want you to go. It's terrifying there. It's nothing like Chicago. Because they're from Chicago. And he was a city boy who was spoiled and didn't have to deal with racism on the regular. Like, he wasn't scared for his life in Chicago. He had no reason to understand what that looked like. And she was petrified for him. And these very long zoom-in shots on her, just, you would look at her face and try to find out what she was feeling, And in those moments, I would be like, I don't really understand what she's thinking right now. And that really bothered me. Things I want to do. That was this is my goals for 2022. I wrote things I want to do. And I wrote it on December 29th, 2022. So, this is my list. But this is more of like a 10-year plan rather than a this year plan. I haven't really made a plan or a goal for this year. Okay, I think pause until things I just want to do. I wrote buy a home, because duh. Maybe not duh, but I had a conversation with a friend. We went on a hike, and he was just like, oh my god, when I graduate, just like, I can't wait to go everywhere. I can't wait to go everywhere. Like, the last thing I want is to be grounded in one spot. And I was like, that's crazy. So crazy. Not that that's his goal, but that we were such different people, because I was like, the first thing I want to do when I graduate is get a job and stay grounded. But I mean, be grounded in the sense that I can financially take care of myself rather than like anything. Like, I just want to be able to like pay for my apartment on my own, pay for my groceries on my own, create a savings fund on my own, pay back my loans on my own. So that's what I mean. But if my job wanted me to travel, I would do it. These cats will hang out with my parents. I will ship them to San Francisco. And I'll say, can you please take these little cute creatures? Oh my god. That would be crazy. I really don't know if that would be a successful thing for me. But if there's anything that happens, we'll figure it out. But that's where my mind goes when I wrote that I wanted to buy a home. I wanted to build and design a home. I was really thinking of homes. Oh my god. I was really thinking of homes. And you know what? Going back to Till for a quick second, they had beautiful production design. They were beautiful lily wallpapers, gorgeous tasseled lamps that were rich royal blues. There were so many colors, like wood carbon helicopter shelving, like hand carved. It was such a beautiful production design. Like the groceries and the branding and the packaging and the marketing of like a supermarket or your kitchen. Those were designed beautifully and they felt very kitschy and 60s or 50s. So, loved that. Would love to implement a cute little wallpaper into my home. It made me think like, what do I want? Why do I live in an all-white building? Because I decorate it with paintings and posters. So we have that poster. There's a poster behind that door. You can see that painting. That's how I compensate for having a white apartment. But whatever. Play cello confidently. That was something that I wanted to do probably in 2023. I have plenty of time. Maybe I don't have plenty of time. You never know, but I'd like to think I do. I don't have my cello here at this apartment. I don't know where I would put it. I probably could have a cello in here. Oh my god, that was a seagull. I think everything's a seagull though. Oh my gosh, my cats are looking for it. That is so fun. Okay. I wanted to play cello. I bought Evermore and Folklore a cello composition. I did leave it at home, but I was thinking that one day I'm gonna bring my cello to LA and I'm gonna fuck it up. And I don't know where I'd perform my cello, but hey, I live close to a park. All I need is like a lawn chair. My parents own a lawn chair, so if I just grab a lawn chair from my parents' house, grab my cello, maybe grab a music stand, and then that little Folklore Evermore thing that I bought, and then practice at the park, that wouldn't be too bad. That would be so sick. I've always wanted to do that, but I have major fears of that. But the park that I live at is like so wheelchair accessible, and my cello's on wheels, so I could just wheelie my cello. The only problem is like my apartment, because my apartment has stairs. And at my very first apartment that I ever lived in high school, I scuffed the walls with the wheels of my cello. So those wheels, like the little skid marks from the wheels, would be on the walls of the staircase. And those probably are still there. But the person that lives in that apartment now drives a Mercedes. And we drove a Voyager. We drove a Volkswagen Voyager from 2003. And they drive a Mercedes because that apartment went from 2,500 for a 2-bedroom to like 4,500 the moment we moved out. It was crazy. And that apartment is like 100 years old. It's so ugly. It's uglier than this apartment. And this apartment's falling apart. So it's just so funny. It's just so fucking funny how money works. I don't know. But my very first high school apartment had like the rinky-dinky windows. The rinky-dinky windows that I currently have. And then I moved out. And then they installed brand new windows. So, how dare they? How very dare. I don't know why I went on that tangent. But anyway, I haven't played cello confidently ever. But I haven't played cello regularly since 2017. So I've taken a nice, sexy 5-year break. And I would love to get back into it. And I played cello for 5 years. And I was very good. I was very good. I played for a classical orchestra, and I was going to audition for the higher level orchestra, but then I was like, I don't have the confidence for this, and so I dipped. There's a little crow in the palm tree. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that could be just as cute as me talking. Oh, that little crow, and like the little palm tree goes. That's so cute. But make a movie. Make a movie's on this list. I think that it's something that I could work on this year. And by movie, that could also mean short film. I did make a short film last year. I made multiple short films last year. And by make a short film, I would hope that that involves me producing a short film. But I'm kind of thinking, like, if I wrote one, like, if I got to write my short film, that would be really exciting for me. Let me move out of the comment section a little bit. Yeah, writing a short film would be pretty important to me. I would really like to do that. That makes me scared. It's the same thing with cello. I think the one thing with my art, I don't even like calling myself an artist. My friends don't consider me an artist. And I would say, like, being a producer is, like, the best way for you to be an artist without having to, like, majorly be an artist. You are supporting art. You are, like, making art happen. And you're nurturing it. But you're not always, like, the leader in the creative choices. And that's exactly where I would like to be when it comes to creation. For the most part, I love the concept of being the leader of communication and discussion. And that's something that kind of can go into writing. So I would eventually like to write something. I had an idea back last year because I was told to make an idea. Someone was like, make an idea and pitch it to me. And I made an idea and I used my best friend's name. I had this girl who was going to work as an intern at a publishing company. She was supposed to figure out why she felt so, I guess, lost, even though she was exactly where she needed to be. And that was really hard for me to figure out, so I haven't touched it in a very long time. But that's kind of a very good example of what I would make if I were to make art. I just like asking questions, like, why are you so uncomfortable in a place that seemingly is fitting perfectly for you? That is a discussion that I've always wanted to get into. And I love getting into that discussion. And I read so much manga that goes into, like, I want a boyfriend. It's going to make me feel better. And then they get the boyfriend and they're fucking miserable. And it's just like, is it them or is it me? And then, like, I don't know. I feel like what I'm describing right now is a fucking Eat, Pray, Love movie. And that's not exactly what I mean, but maybe it is. There was this really great movie about this writer. who left his wife. Oh gosh. Movie about writer who left his wife to go to China and Africa, then LA. The Painted Veil? These are a million different fucking movies. It's definitely not The Little Things. Maybe that one. It was this British guy. It was so good. It was very yellow. The cover was very yellow. It's definitely not this. What even is this? Writer, what was he writing for? Like The Secret to Happiness. Writer trying to find the secret to happiness. Moving. Penis. Haha! Hector and the Search for Happiness. That was such a good movie. I would love to make a movie like that. Hey, type, laptop, type. Sorry, I'm getting confused. Oh, there's a book. That's exciting. I don't really care about the book. I probably would like it. That movie got a 38 on Rotten Tomatoes. That's so bad. So it came out in 2014. And Rosamund Pike, Simon Pegg. I actually really like Simon Pegg. It only got $2 million in the box office, and the budget was $9 million. That's so bad. This movie flopped. Okay, I don't want to make a flop. I don't want to make something for This movie cost $9 million. They traveled all over the world. They traveled to China, Africa, South America. Maybe not. Maybe just China, Africa, and LA. And then England. And it was very good. I really did like it. Another movie that I really wanted to remake or make in my own way was a movie that came out this year, which was 3,000 Years of Longing. I don't think I can spell 3,000. Because 3,000 is 2 words. Good to know. That got 71%. I really loved that movie. She was just like, I just want love. Can you give me a little bit of love? Can you give me a little bit of sugar? And then he's like, well, this sucks. Living with you sucks. Living with you makes me feel awful. Living with you makes me sad. And she's like, okay, well then let's not live together. And let's just see each other once a year. And be in love once a year, and then you'll be gone for the rest of it. And that movie made me cry. So I was like, this is exactly my life. I see my friends once a year, and then they're gone. And somehow we make it work. And I'm not fighting with bitches. And they don't want to live in LA. My friends don't want to live in LA. Maybe they do one day, but they don't have a home for them here. Their homes, they're cultivating in a million different places, and they're doing a million different things than I am. We all individually have our own lives. So, I really liked that movie. It made me feel like everything was okay. I love that. I really recommended it. I cried so hard, and I was crying on the drive home, and I was screaming on the drive home everything is so difficult. I'm so sad. Oh my god. I was so upset. And I never stopped being upset. Okay. Work on a TV show. That is a little bit more manageable. I feel like that's possible. I would love to work on a TV show. I love how I'm saying that that's possible. I have blind confidence. My confidence is through the roof. And my neighbor is abusing the wall. He's like, fuck this thing. I don't know what he's doing. Probably living his best life. Have a vegetable garden that can easily be managed. That actually could be a 2023 goal because I have these seeds in my cabinets that are for like sprouted seeds, like those sprouted veggies. And I really want to start that. I've had them for a full year, and I would love to have sprouted veggies that I keep in my fridge that I can use to make salad. That would be really exciting. Shave my head. That is not a 2023 goal. That is not a 2023 goal. That would be crazy. It could be a 2023 goal. Cut all this off. Wait, wrong direction. That could be fun. I was thinking about how that could be fun to like not have hair. I mean, I have too much of it, and I always think like, is this the way I'm gonna live my life forever? Because I've really enjoyed having long hair, but it just feels... I don't feel like myself. And I haven't really made a big deal out of it. But I feel like if I cut my hair, maybe I would feel more like myself or less like myself. I don't really know. But I should just shut the fuck up and accept the fact that this is my face. But I don't. And then I think about going bald. Who knows? Maybe it'd be great. Maybe like the fat bald person. I would like turn into a little roly-poly, roll down the hill, and then I'd stand up and I'd be like, I'm a person. I don't know. I'd feel like a baby. It might be nice to feel like a baby. I feel like I just would look like a fat baby, but fully grown. That might not be that bad. Make a bird aviary. We were talking about this a couple days ago. We were watching Maya with her Alveus Sanctuary. We were watching her Alveus Sanctuary tour and how she made her bird aviary out of $50,000. Oh my god. I would love an aviary the size of her aviary in my backyard. Like, the dream is build my own home or renovate a home. Like, do a major renovation on a home. And then have enough property where I can build a very large aviary, like the one that Maya had on her property, and have it dedicated to birds. That would be the fucking dream. And I would live in the mountains of the ocean. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like Jenner or Fort Bragg or Marshall or Eureka, like Arcadia. I'd live in one of those cities filled with the racists of California. And I would be their libtard. It would be their Libby with the parrot and a cat or two. And it'd be great. That's my dream. So yeah, make a bird aviary. Build a bird aviary. Adopt at least 2 parrots. If I had a huge motherfucking bird aviary, I'd hope I'd have more than 2 parrots. But maybe I'd have 2. And it'd be sick. My brother has a macaw. My brother has a green-winged macaw, I think. And his is very frightening. If he died, I wonder if I could have it in his will. Probably not, because I never see my brother. But one can dream. Oh my god, I wonder if his children would get it. His children are older than me. But, I don't know. That's an interesting thought. Okay, make a song. That's something I could do in 2023. So far, all the creative ones are things that I could see, because these are all career things. My bestie, my LA bestie, her boyfriend, her boy toy, he makes a song every week. Or every day. I don't remember which one it was. He has a great YouTube channel that I can link. And I don't want to do that. But I do want to, like, make a cute little, like, ukulele song. Not really. I don't really want to make a ukulele song. I would like to make a cello songy because Dodie Clark has inspired the fuck out of me. Oh, this camera is so far away. Meow. Okay. Jodie Clark has inspired the fuck out of me. So I would like to make a cello song and also guitar song. I own a guitar. That was something that I was thinking of bringing, but I didn't. And I kind of regret it. But I don't actually know how to play the guitar, and whenever I put my fingers on the guitar, I'm like, this sucks. And then I give up. So I don't know if I want to do that. But I do want to make a song. And I have a uke. So for now, if I was going to make a song, it would have to be on the uke. But yeah. Let's see. Work for a YouTube production company. Or work for another, just like a standard movie production company or a commercial production company. It could be any production company. I would love that. Buy an electric bike. Buy an electric car. Host friends' events. And live with a friend. Even though I love living alone. So, live with a friend in a duplex. Buy a duplex with a friend. I actually would love that. I would dig that. Oh my god. Okay, my dream, build a duplex and have an aviary on the duplex property. And then have enough property for my friend to, like, do something with. That is the dream. And then I also have always wanted to have, like, enough property or enough rooms in my home to have my family stay with me. Because if I'm going to live in the woods, I would like to have space for my friends to stay with me so I don't get bored or lonely. All these people are liking my posts, and I'm like, I'm reading it and I'm not understanding what's going on. I'm like, God, the internet doesn't make any sense. I have never gotten more, like, commentary or responses from people that wanted to talk intellectually in my life when it comes to the internet. So I have to put so much effort into reading posts, because when I was like a high schooler or a middle schooler, what the fuck am I hearing? People were just like, oh my god, you're so hot, and I'd be like, you're hot too, babe, and then you move on, and then you never talk to that person again. So now I'm talking to strangers on the internet about how the Jinx webtoon is a little fucking scary, and we might have to drop it if it gets a little too aggressive, because it's this webtoon about this boxer and his personal trainer. Anyway, he wants to have sex with his personal trainer, but he just has so far treated his personal trainer like shit. It is so frightful. You just look at the personal trainer and you're like, you're a victim. I would never want to be in your situation, and your life sucks. So it's a little too sad for me to want to, like, continue. We have to watch Megan's new video. We have to. Guys, I will be the person who will advocate for the girlies on YouTube. I will be the streamer for the girlies on YouTube. Let's do it! Oh my god, I'm so excited. I feel like there's kids downstairs. There are no kids downstairs. Well, that was useless. I'm in a different position in my chair. Let's see. Beep, beep, boop. Beautiful. Let's take that full zoom. I was watching this. This is crazy. We're not gonna watch it because it was crazy. All I can say is Andrew Tate is a fucking scary person. And I'm so okay that I know about how scary he is, but boy, am I so glad that I am not him. I also want to watch this video. But oh my god, the Andrew Tate allegations And, like, the Vice video actually talks to the women that have been raped by Andrew Tate. And you know what really frightens me is, like, there's so many of my film classmates fuck with Mr. Tate. And you just have to, like, understand that there's something going wrong in their lives about the way that women treat them or the way that society treats them, to where they are victims, but the way that they're trying to cope with the fact that things aren't working for them is just incorrect. You kind of have to, like, walk this balance of, like, you are, like, aligning with a very scary person, but your intentions are completely different, even though they are rooted in misogyny. But, like, is that fully your fault? No, it's not fully your fault. Because I have been taught to be a misogynist. So, we all have been taught to be a little bit misogynistic. It's not our faults. It's just society and the way that society is teaching us to be people. People. Grape time.
The cold front, the coldest day in Denver in like 30 years. Yeah, wish us luck.
Oh God. Megan, why did you do that? Megan, why? Megan, why did you edit your music to be so high? Why did you not look at the sound? How dare you? Wait, before we continue, I do want to change the title of this video. Do 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 do. Pew 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 pew. Do 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 do. Do do do. Pew 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 pew. Okay, alright. This music is so loud. When she starts talking again, if it's at the same low volume, I'm gonna, like, shriek. Could anyone hear what she was just saying? I know she was, like, whispering, but, like, Jesus Christ. That is pretty. I love me a good ceiling light panel. Like a ceiling window. I love me a good ceiling window. Mark my words. The house that I will build, my duplex, the duplex that I will build will have a ceiling window. I love those things. Okay, I don't know why I'm thinking about this, but when it comes to, like, strawberries that are put into water and then put in a mason jar and then they last for a month, I'm eating these grapes, and I'm like, if I put these in a jar and of water, would they last much longer than they have, even though they've already lasted like a week? Does that make a lot of sense? I feel like it does, because it's like a cryo chamber of like no oxygen, no aging, no oxidation. I don't know why I'm going there, but anyway, thank you for listening.
It's so, oh my god, it's coming down.
Yeah.
Why did you do this? My only complaint, I don't know why I'm so picky, but why is your volume so down and why is the music so loud? Give me an answer. Either raise your volume or lower the volume of the music. The music is giving me like sound bath vibes. I don't actually like sound baths, so I don't like the music. But it's sweet. If it was just piano, I would love it. Or if that like room tone was a little bit quieter, I would like it more.
You know what that one is. What is that? Whoopsies. Almost. What is this one?
Just a car.
Just a car. Oh, are we gonna be silly and put this one on? Oh. Are you beatboxing? Oh, you. Oh, yeah, that made us cough. This has to be my least talkative vlog yet. It is actually our last day here. It's honestly almost evening time, and we leave early tomorrow morning. And I'm sad. I like really love it here. You know? Yeah, just a vibe. Oh my god. That's not nice.
She said that this was Arizona. Oh my god, it's over? so mean to this video. Okay, bye-bye. Oh, bye-bye. Oh, my bye-bye. Oh, she's going. Just like, fuck that. Is that a threat? I'm leaving. It was a threat. I'm gonna eat my cat's tail. I eat my cat's tail. I do actually. I go. Peppa hands. Jebaited. Are you able to use these on every Twitch thingy? Because I don't actually know how Twitch emotes work. How do Twitch emotes work? Can I use a Twitch emote? Ooh! Cool. They're so hard to see. Interesting. Okay, that's fun. That's fun for me. Did it show up? I want to type. Boo. Where is my chat? Why can't I chat? Why isn't chat showing up? That's so fucking offensive. That's so rude! Why don't my chats show up? What? They show up there. They don't show up there. What's wrong with my chat? Okay, well, let's copy and paste chat. That's so fucked up. What the fuck, chat? No wonder I can't see my chats. See? Oh my god. So one of my chats is fully unfunctional. Good to know. So, like, I can see my shit. That's so weird. I wonder why one of my chats isn't functional. Wah, 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 wah. Guys, I'm so popular. Look at that. I know, like, when you look at them, you're like, that thing is tiny. Oh, but you can zoom in. Cool. Cool. That is fun. I'm like a total professional now. Okay. So, I want to watch an interview with Danielle Deadweiler. That's my next mission. Because Chikonye Chukwu. We should look her up. Who the fuck did I see yesterday? Who the fuck did I have the glory and blessings to listen to? She's younger than Danielle. Purr. Chikonye Chukwu is a Nigerian film director, best known for the drama film Clemency. She's the first black woman to win the U.S. Dramatic Grand Prize jury at Sundance. This was the woman. Woman, I can be your woman. Woman, woman, woman. Let me be your woman. Woman, woman. I don't have Hulu. I don't want to. I actually do have Hulu. I don't know why I said I didn't have Hulu. How much did Till get? Till got a 98. Fuck, that's crazy. And Clemency got a 92. Guys, she's killing it. Her box office on this movie was very low. Interesting. Bernadine Williams is a prison warden who over the years has been drifting away from her husband while dutifully carrying out executions in a maximum security prison. She strikes up a unique bond with death row inmate Anthony Woods. A layer of emotional skin is peeled back, forcing Bernadine to confront the complex and often contradictory relationship with good intentions, unrequited desires, and what it means to be sanctioned to kill. Sounds good. I would love to watch that movie. I don't know if we're going to watch it on Twitch, but I think you could watch The Matrix on Twitch, but I might actually get docked. I might get Twitch banned for that. But maybe it's not that big of a deal to get Twitch banned. Maybe it's fine. I do want to watch this.
Lorelai. Mom, I know I can't have it in the car. It will not be in the car. Now let's see you drink it.
Gilmore Girls has a huge theme of generational trauma that I didn't get the chance to touch on in my 2-hour video essay about the show. and this is now my opportunity. Today we're discussing Lorelai Gilmore, how she changed over the course of Gilmore Girls, if she's a well-developed character, and how her childhood trauma has affected her as an adult. There's going to be multiple sections to this video, including Lorelai's dating life, her toxic relationship with her parents, and how that parenting model affected how she raised her own daughter, Rory. Trauma is shown to freeze you at the age you were when you experienced that trauma. And Lorelai is an example of someone who in many ways has been quite scarred by her childhood. She's a grown woman with a job, and yet she's still in many ways that scared, pregnant 16-year-old girl. Often the way that Lorelai behaves is so silly and childish, you forget that she's actually supposed to be a grown woman with a kid of her own. The first sign that Lorelai is very childish is that she just talks to the point that she actually needs to shut up and it's a bit too dominating, or she goes off in these tangents. And in real life, I'm a very high energy person, much more so than in my videos, and Lorelai is like another level. I think I would find it quite draining hanging out with someone like Lorelai for too long, not because she's a bad person, but just because she's a lot to handle.
Iced teaspoons, right? Lorelai. Because nobody really needs iced teaspoons ever. I mean, you probably would use them if you remember to use them, and nobody remembers to use them. Come on, Mom, I may never get married. I may be a free spirit my whole life, or fall in love with a separated Catholic guy like Katharine Hepburn did, and then not get to go to his funeral when he dies.
Especially in situations with her parents where they've actually hurt her feelings, she often uses comedy and humor to distract herself from how she's really feeling. One of my subscribers, Amy Stewart, made a really interesting point. She said that so many people misunderstand the
Wait. I guess she's gonna talk. Whatever.
show because it's not wish fulfillment, it's not fantasy, and the show is about each woman striving for a toxic model of perfection to earn approval they will never receive, and the generational trauma is passed down. Lorelai was emotionally neglected. She never got the therapy she needed. She's counter-dependent and enmeshed with Rory. Though Lorelai tried not to pass down her trauma to Rory, she still did so in some inadvertent ways. That the audience slanders.
I wish she kept the chat up. I get why she didn't, but I wish she put it in the corner, because I like the visual.
Of them is sickening. I mentioned in, maybe it was my Rory video, that in some ways the show is like wish fulfillment because the girls can eat what they want, not get fat. They have all these cute boys showing up at their door wanting to date them. Many people watching it may take this too far and assume that the whole show is just meant to be sunshine and rainbows. As this subscriber pointed out, actually there is a lot of dark topics in this show involving trauma that sometimes we don't really want to acknowledge. One person's trauma they could then unfortunately take into their next relationships or take into their parenting. And so as much as this show has some wish fulfillment elements, it's actually very realistic at points with how it discusses toxic parenting and emotional neglect with parenting, and just so much. Like, there's so much here. You can see that Lorelai's trauma has shaped the way that she is and the way that she handles situations. For example, when Rory's best friend Lane gets married, Lorelai gets up on stage to do a toast, and then she starts this really embarrassing ramble about how her love life is a complete shambles. Rory has to get up there and remove her before.
Oh my god, do we all remember? Oh my god. I guess she was stuttering, she was drunk. Rory was looking at her like, are you gonna call me out? Like, the way that you're talking, it feels like you're a weapon of mass destruction. Like, not only are you shooting yourself in the foot, you might shoot me in the foot. Can you get off stage? Like, that was a moment where I cringed so hard that I never forgot it.
Embarrasses herself too much.
I was gonna ask them to not work on June 3rd on my not wedding. I just thought that would be so fun. Hi, Chris. What? Okay, well, I guess we're going over here.
That's sometimes the dynamic Lorelai creates, where Rory is acting more like the adult in the situation than Lorelai is. And that puts way too much responsibility on Rory's shoulders, and I think it's one of the reasons why she crashed and burned and went through her angsty teenager phase as an adult, because she actually never really got the chance to just be a kid when she was younger. She was put in this overly matured role. And I really love that quote that says, there's no such thing as a super mature, independent kid. It's just a kid that actually has been neglected and needed to grow up too fast. But that's not necessarily a good thing, because at the end of the day, regardless of how mature you are or how progressive you are, 17 is still 17. 15 is still 15. Lorelai's a bit like Peter Pan. I know that's so random. You're probably not expecting this from a...
No, it's not. Don't even say that. It's not random. She is an entertainer. She feels like she's great with kids. She also feels like the type of person who shouldn't have kids. Like, she feels so irresponsible in so many ways. But she's so fun to be around. She's great for a kid. And that's because she is a kid. Like, I totally understand. I can't wait to hear what she has to say.
Girls video, but she reminds me so much of Peter Pan. It's like she doesn't want to grow up. She just wants to...
Okay, you should not objectify people's bodies, but her tits look great in this. I'm sorry for speaking the truth. They look beautiful. Your shirt accentuates them beautifully. And also your lavalier, it's right there. And honestly, I can't take my eyes off of them. They're gorgeous. You have gorgeous boobs, woman. I don't know her name. What's her name? Serena Skyborn. You have gorgeous boobs, Serena Skyborn. Anyway. I'm serious.
Indulge in this fantasy where things are fun, and as the show goes on, she starts having commitment issues. She needs to face a lot of her demons. In the story of Peter Pan, the kids go to Neverland to avoid growing up, and I mean, I love that movie. I don't know about you guys, I love it so much, but
I don't.
Maybe
I don't. Oh my god. I don't like Peter Pan. I think Peter Pan gives Predator, and maybe that's like a stereotype, like a double standard, but I think Lorelai stays so far away from children that I don't have to fear for Lorelai. But Peter Pan is so close to children that it freaks me out. But like the only child that Lorelai's near is her own, maybe her friends' kids, and she's sweet, and she like has boundaries with children, and she has boundaries with her own kid, but Peter Pan does not have any boundaries. Anyway.
For Lorelai, Stars Hollow is her Neverland, the place she can escape to avoid too much responsibility, avoid her parents, and just have fun. Hello, editing Serena here. So I realized there's a few points in this video I didn't get to elaborate on enough. One of my commenters, the Biscuit Bite, said that Lorelai has undiagnosed ADHD, and they said that I should look into it before I do my character analysis of her. So obviously I did some research because I wanted to make sure I was at least somewhat informed, because I don't know everything about ADHD. And honestly, I understand why this commenter said that, because there are absolutely similarities there where I could see why people would assume that Lorelai has ADHD. But then again, as a fictional character, it's hard to like diagnose someone with something or say that someone has something. In terms of the girl's coffee addiction and yet constant hunger, a huge majority of undiagnosed people with ADHD are using coffee as self-medication and have an emotional relationship with food and junk food. In terms of inattentive ADHD, it was very similar to Lorelai's behaviour, saying that she has trouble paying attention to details. These types of people are easily distracted, have trouble organising tasks, or forget routine chores, or you know how Lorelai is often losing her phone. But I personally don't feel comfortable like going into too much detail about this or saying, yeah, she absolutely has it, because like I don't know enough about it. I just feel inexperienced with this. But if you see yourself in Lorelai and you yourself have ADHD, then that's actually really nice that you can see someone who has similar characteristics to you. In my own head, I'd drawn parallels between Peter Pan and Lorelai. I could see similarities there. Then I googled it and found out it's an actual thing called Peter Pan syndrome. It's a pop psychology term used to describe an adult who's socially immature. It's not a recognized mental health illness or anything like that, but it's just a term used to describe someone who has a problem with accepting adult responsibilities and growing up, which is Lorelai in a nutshell. Traumatic events can freeze your body. Certain emotions can get trapped in particular areas of the body which need to be released with therapy. And sometimes trauma can impair your ability to develop full emotional maturity, which is called arrested development, basically what Lorelai has. Additionally, there's a thing called age regression where you feel or act emotionally younger than your age. However, something that people don't always acknowledge is that as much as Lorelai can be childish, she's also an extremely impressive woman who built her business from the ground up, who made Rory into a girl who, yes, is flawed, but still is nice and has a lot of good qualities. And like a few of my subscribers have pointed out to me, Lorelai is also really good with kids. She was treated quite badly as a kid. She understands how kids should be treated. And every time we see her with a child, regardless of whether she even likes the child or not, she manages to be fun and respectful. We see how she is with Suki's kid, with Luke's kid, and she's just the best. I know she does a lot of shitty things in the show, but she has her good moments too. To slander the characters too much could be a mistake, actually, because they are, at the end of the day, just doing their best and coping with their own issues and just, doing the same that we are. They're imperfect. Lorelai is a really well-written character because I'm not looking at her so much from the point of, is she a good person or not? Because I don't really care about that, but I'm trying to understand, like, is she nuanced? Is she well-written? Is she well-developed? Is she interesting? And I would say she is. The writers did a really good job with her. She seems like a very realistic person. Lorelai also has her own relationship with Stars Hollow. It's almost like a person to her because it means so much to her. Although Stars Hollow is a comfort, it's a refuge, a safe space, a safe haven. At the same time, it can also be very smothering. Everyone knows everyone's business and you can feel trapped there. Even though Lorelai is very much attached to it, Stars Hollow still has something missing, even if you can't put your finger on it. In some ways, Lorelai and Rory kind of look down on their neighbours or make fun of them or just see themselves as above them. And you can see that with how they go to the town meetings purely to just make fun of them. It's really fascinating that Lorelai always ends up sabotaging her romantic relationships by dating guys who live too far away or are just outside of town, or men who were just richer and wouldn't want to fit into Stars Hollow. Excluding Luke, obviously, because she didn't realise she wanted to be with him until much later in the show. But for a while, it seems like she's looking for a reason almost to escape from Stars Hollow, or you could look at it as her wanting to sabotage her romantic relationships, so she intentionally, subconsciously seeks out guys who she knows won't really fit in with her life. So there's that distance there between her and them. I think it would be a good thing for Lorelai to travel the world and just move on from Stars Hollow, yet she can't seem to fully leave it. Lorelai was in a really dangerous situation when she was pregnant with Rory and had left her parents. Like, what was she going to do? Was she going to get a job? Like, it's so unsafe. The show never really goes into the hardships of what it's like being a single mom who was a teenager. It just brushes over it and makes out that magically everything's fine, which is quite unusual. Most people would struggle way more than Lorelai did to build a life for themselves without their parents' help and financial support. The show really skims over how hard it would be to manage your own finances, get your job, and raise a child at the same time. In the show, the struggle for money is very short-lived and is often very quickly resolved. Lorelai should get more credit for the fact that she left what she considered to be a dangerous environment and escaped. That's a very brave thing to do. Regardless of what you think of her, that was obviously a very empowered thing for her to do that even a lot of adults would struggle with. In order to understand Lorelai, though, you need to understand where she came from, and that's why I'm going to talk about her relationship with her parents and how that formed her. Lorelai's parents are toxic. And particularly her mum, but her dad was a huge facilitator. Her mum is constantly shaming her, which isn't a great way to parent. And Emily is always assuming that she should have a role in things. She's continually trying to force Christopher or rich men into Lorelai's life that Lorelai doesn't want and controlling what she thinks Lorelai needs for her future. And Richard shows similarly manipulative behaviours. In flashbacks we do see, which are minimal, it's obvious that this was even happening when she's a child. Like when she's pregnant, her mum's like, oh, you're looking fat, go run around the block. Like, that's so disrespectful. 10 years after Rory's born and when the damage has been done, they're still going back to what a terrible mistake Lorelai made and how ashamed they are. They just can't move on, acknowledge that the mistake has been made, and deal with it. And also that's not very complimentary to Rory, because then she would feel like they consider her a mistake. That's why Lorelai is so involved with the community in Stars Hollow and feels that sense of belonging there, because to her, it's a found family. She's so involved with the town dance marathons, with the competitions, with spending time with neighbours, because to her, that's the family she should have had. Lorelai rekindles her relationship with her parents in the show, but there's still that level of distance there. And for example, when she's getting engaged at multiple times, she doesn't want to tell her parents about it because she knows they'll find a way to rain on her parade and find a way to make her second guess her own decision about, let's say, marrying Max. So she held off telling her for as long as possible. That in itself is actually a trauma response, feeling that you are not enough to make your own decisions and that you need guidance from this parent who's been so controlling. We completely, as an audience, overlooked how traumatized Lorelai is, and I talked about this in my very in-depth Gilmore Girls analysis, which I'll link in the description if you want to go and watch it. And I'm not going to go into that here, but in that video I really talk about how their relationship evolved. Things really escalate in season 5 when Emily tries to break up Lorelai and Luke and does so successfully, and then is just getting really involved in Lorelai's business. That was a breaking point for Lorelai, where she actually yells at her mum and tells her to shut up and stay out of it. And for the first time, Emily did
Something on the ceiling is scaring her, and then she ran under the bed. I don't know what it is, but whatever.
have a comeback.
I have the right to be concerned, especially when it looks like you're taking your life down a completely disastrous path. I had to jump in and... Mom! Lorelai!
Please hear me. If I want your input in my life in any way, shape, or form, I will ask for it. Until then, do us all a favor and shut up!
There was another breaking point too at Richard and Emily's remarriage, where Lorelai was really done with them because it was involving her and Luke, and so she said to her mum, "We're done, we're over." That was another significant moment where she really felt like, okay, enough, it's time to cut ties for good. So their relationship was always rocky, although at some points it was worse than others. And I wondered whether part of this rockiness was due to the fact that maybe Emily was jealous of Lorelai. We're getting so deep in this video, guys, prepare for it. But you know, we are talking about some heavy topics. That's what I mean. Gilmore Girls is darker than we ever realized, which is why you might want to rewatch it. But you know when someone seems very different from you or living their life in a different way and you get really triggered by it and you don't know why? It's often because they are reflecting your disowned self, the part of you that you wish you could express but you can't, or you secretly want to do, and so it manifests as envy. For instance, let's say you like to dress conservatively and classily, and then you see a girl who's showing some skin and you get triggered and you're like, oh, what a slut. Maybe it's because you're a little bit jealous and you wish you had the confidence to pull that off. Someone posts a lot on social media and you're like, oh my God, why are they such an attention seeker? But actually, maybe it's because you wish you could be more open and share more things with your friends on social media. They're really triggered. And it often has nothing to do with you. It's just them and their issues. How this applies to Emily and Lorelai is that Emily Gilmore was a success story in her own right. She married really well. She is now living a very comfortable, luxurious life. Lorelai is doing the opposite. She is independent. She doesn't need or even want to rely on a man. She raised a daughter by herself. She has fun. She eats junk food. She's very down to earth. And in many ways, she represents exactly what Emily resents. But maybe that's because Emily needs a bit more of that free-spiritedness in her life. Maybe she wants to own her own business rather than just patting her husband on the back and supporting him with his dreams. Emily really wants to feel needed by Lorelai, and I genuinely think that when Lorelai left home, she was probably a bit cocky. She was like, Lorelai will be back at any minute, she needs me. And then Lorelai didn't need her. She didn't come back. And Emily was like, what? Lorelai raised her daughter well. She's well respected in her community. She started her own business, all without her parents' help, and that's gotta hurt. So maybe that's where some of these issues manifested. Maybe it wasn't just trying to control Lorelai, maybe it was genuinely being a bit jealous. And Emily's very lacking in self-awareness, so I think she's honestly on autopilot half the time. She doesn't know why she's being so mean or doing the things she's doing. She's just acting on impulse. The problem is that throughout a lot of the show, this isn't really evolving with Emily, although she does improve a lot. She's still trying to control Lorelai, trying to tell her who to date, and it's actually really gross. For instance, Lorelai tells her mum that a date with a super boring guy, Peyton, didn't go well, and her mum starts criticizing her, saying, "You must have done something wrong, Lorelai. You always mess everything up." Emily wasn't on the date. She has no idea what went down. She has no idea what Lorelai's intuition was telling her, yet she assumes that the guy was blameless and somehow it was Lorelai's fault that it didn't go well. I'm sure so many people really resonated with Lorelai as a character if they themselves had very shouty or aggressive parents. Emily and her husband are getting super involved, trying to find a way to bring Peyton and Lorelai back together, and Richard tries to go golfing with Peyton's dad, and the whole thing was so awkward. It's like trying to matchmake your teenagers or something, except that that's weird because Lorelai's a grown woman who should be able to make her own decisions. That's part of the reason as to why Lorelai is in many ways quite stunted and silly. Her parents are constantly babying her. There was a real conflict then with how Lorelai was raising Rory, because Rory didn't quite understand the severity of the situation with Lorelai's parents, and Rory at a few points insinuates that maybe the parents aren't that bad. And Lorelai says, "You don't know the Richard and Emily that I know. You only know the warm, fuzzy version." Even we as the audience are seeing things from Rory's eyes, and we don't actually know what went on in full behind the scenes with Lorelai's childhood. There's so much we don't see about how...
Sorry, I'm on Instagram, and someone sent me, "You're so gorgeous, heart eyes. Happy New Year's in advance, Juliana." We will be deleting this. Actually, no, we shouldn't. I was like, should I screenshot it? No. It's sweet. What the fuck? Oh, that's so sweet. But I don't know who you are. The man looks like my mother's age, so take that as you will. But back to this. I mean, it kind of makes me think of my own sister, but Rory makes me think of my own sister. Lorelai, I'm trying to think of like where I would fit within Lorelai, and I don't really fit within Lorelai at all. If anything, maybe she reminds me of my mom. But at the same time, Lorelai's kind of cooler than my mom. Sorry, mom. Sorry, mom. So parental neglect looks different in a bunch of different ways, and I mean, Lorelai didn't have her family's financial support, but like, I feel like you just can't really believe that. Like, to me, I've always kind of considered it to be like, oh, like, someone else handles Lorelai's finances and they take the money from Richard and Emily. Like, if you ever watched The Haunting of Hill House, Shelley? What's her name? Is it Shelley? Crane? She was like, "That's blood money. I don't want to take your book's blood money for writing about my life. Like, that's disgusting that you would write a book about my life. I'm not going to take the money that comes with it because you want to give me royalties." But in the end, her husband took the royalties for her and was like, "We did take the money, and like, we use it. And we use it for like our jobs and stuff because we need it. We need money." And so I've always kind of considered Lorelai to be like the denial loan taker, which, I mean, I totally get that. Like, you get insecure and you don't want to tell people that you're taking money from your family or taking money from anywhere. But that's how I've always considered Lorelai. So to like always having the conversation that she's like an independent person, I'm like, that is amazing. I've just never really believed it. But yeah, I mean, like, I haven't really put a lot of like weight into it being important either. Like, if she's made all of her money on her own, that is impressive, that is amazing. But at the same time, like, that doesn't make her better than someone that hasn't. So it feels like a lofty spot for me to like even care about. Like, I don't really care. But honestly, I feel like for her own like mental health, she should have taken money. It doesn't seem like a win to me that she is self-made. But I'm gonna move on.
she was raised, we get very minimal flashbacks, and maybe it was far worse than what we actually know or see. And people love to blame Lorelai and say she should have made more of an effort with her parents when they did make an effort. The problem is that when they did make an effort with her, she had no idea whether their effort was genuine or whether there was some kind of ulterior motive. And it's really draining to keep second guessing people's motives and to be all paranoid about it. But anytime they did something nice, she was questioning whether it was genuine or disingenuous. On the rare occasions when Lorelai does let her walls down, where she opens up, she's punished for it. For example, Rory goes to the Chiltern dance with Dean. Emily and Lorelai have a lovely night in where they actually bond, they hang out, they watch TV. Emily tucks Lorelai up in bed and Lorelai says, "Thanks, Mummy," and it's just so sweet. The next morning, they wake up. Rory hasn't come home, insinuating maybe she's slept with Dean or she's with Dean or something bad happened. And Emily freaks out. She's like, "Where's Rory? She should be home by now. Lorelai, you're a terrible parent letting her run off with this boy." And it escalates into this horrible screaming match, and the good moment was gone. In the same sense, one day Lorelai and Emily go to a spa for a spa weekend. They start having a great time. They go dancing, and then Emily finds a way to ruin it. She takes out her anger on Lorelai, and it again results in a shouting match, and all the good memories are tarnished literally before it even starts getting good. When Emily reaches out with a gift or a nice gesture, Lorelai knows that there'll be some kind of string attached, whether it's forcing them to go to a Friday night dinner or going to an event they don't want to go to or controlling Rory. And it's a shame because these two can have their sweet moments sometimes. For example, in season 4, Lorelai is there for Emily when Emily has this launch party cancelled. Lorelai is so sad for Emily because she knows that her whole life purpose is around these events and it means so much to her. She knows that it's not fair for Emily to have something cancelled that she's so passionate about. And there were a few points, especially in the later seasons when Emily started to improve, where she went to Lorelai to give her advice in a genuinely respectful way as opposed to a controlling way. So I do have mixed feelings about their relationship because I could see the good moments. However, the good doesn't undo the bad, obviously. In the season 5 finale, when Rory is being a mess and needs some tough love, she needs to be back on track. And Lorelai needs her parents' support with that. So she comes to them and tells them that they're all going to need to help each other in order to convince Rory to stay at Yale. Now, she is Rory's mother. She gets to make the final call, and she is just asking for their support, not their permission, their support, because at the end of the day, it's her child. And it's so sad that this was the one moment where they were actually all in agreement. They were like, yes, great idea. They were all supporting each other with a shared goal in mind, which is that they all love Rory and they all want the best for her, which is true. But then Rory, of course, throws a pity party for herself and kind of manipulates Richard by going to him and crying. Now, I'm not saying it was Rory's fault that Lorelai's parents turned against her, but I'm saying that Rory going and crying like that because she knows they'll be nice and they'll go easy on her put the grandparents in a position where they needed to choose. Do we support Lorelai or do we take Rory's side? And of course they took Rory's side because they've always favoured her over their own actual daughter. Richard and Emily are so pathetic in season 5. They're like, poor Rory needs some time to just relax and, you know, she's having a really rough time. So they basically take Rory's side, let her move in with them, organise all of this without communicating effectively with Lorelai, and then later gaslight Lorelai by acting as if they didn't know that Rory's level of failure was so high, even though Lorelai had literally told them, and they were like, I don't remember you saying that. Yeah, I don't remember either. They're just completely rewriting history.
The Huntsbergers told her she wasn't good enough, and Mitchum told her she didn't have it. He what? Yes, and now she's dropped out of Yale, but between the three of us, we can knock some sense into her. Of course we'll help you. This is not happening.
They're really bad influences, and they're trying to make Rory into the opposite of the daughter that Lorelai wanted. And the problem with them doing this, even if they genuinely care about Rory, even if they have her best interests at heart, who knows, the problem is that it positions Lorelai as the bad guy. It's like they're playing good cop, bad cop. And again, Lorelai didn't ask them to do that. She didn't ask them to let Rory move in with them. In fact, she asked for them to motivate Rory to get back into academia again, which is a completely different thing. And they obviously don't respect her parenting. They think they know best. They see it as helping Rory calm down and get back on track, whereas Lorelai sees it as them A, being controlling, and B, trying to replace her with a new daughter. And unfortunately, even though Lorelai may seem paranoid to some of you viewers, she was right, because that's exactly what Emily and Richard were doing. They were trying to have a do-over, and there's this scene I really love where Lorelai's doing her makeup and skincare routine in the mirror, and Emily's opposite her doing the same routine, and they're literally moving in motion at the same time, mirroring each other's movements without realizing it.
Wow.
What?
Behold my future.
Something else I think is fascinating is the fact that Richard and Emily are always getting rid of their maids and replacing them with new ones, firing them. And Lorelai often notices this, and she's like, why do you keep firing your maids? And it's funny because we learned that Lorelai actually worked as a maid for a while. Hi, editing Serena again. I'm not a trained psychologist, just need to say this. So I'm not formally diagnosing anyone, because that's a bad idea. I do need to add this because it's so important. I've done a lot of research on narcissistic parenting in the past, and there's just a lot of concerning parallels between that and Emily. There are a few things that don't quite correlate or don't quite match up, but there are some shared traits. For instance, often narcissistic...
We are getting into dangerous territory here. Like, I'm not commentating on much because this is incredibly accurate. I honestly am like, do I need to have this whole video in this thing? Because, like, no, I don't. But this is the point where, like, why did you watch Gilmore Girls? That's the question. What did you empathize with within Gilmore Girls that you could see within yourself? Like, this is a question that I feel like interviewers don't ask all the time. This is a question that I ask myself all the time, because I'm like, oh, if I was on an interview, this is the question that I would think to ask myself. Why did you do this role? What do you see within yourself and this character? And it's like, I don't know, maybe probably the, like, narcissistic parenting thing part. That has always been, like, something that I've grown up with in the conversation since I was a teenager, because my sister, who was much older than me, decided to look into this conversation of, like, what is a narcissistic parent? What does that look like? And, I mean, when I say that, like, that goes against my parents, and I mean, I love both of my parents. And I wouldn't trade them for anybody. But at the same time, like, we're not all perfect. I'm not perfect. My own issues go into, like, every friendship that I have. My issues go into me being a good daughter, being a good student. So, someone could say, God, that Juliana, she is such a narcissist. Probably. I won't deny that. Like, I'm on YouTube. I feel like you have to have narcissistic tendencies in order to feel confident enough to think that you can succeed in a world like YouTube entertainment, etc. So, am I a narcissist? Yeah, I think I am. I've heard that I'm not, but that's because I keep myself in fucking check. But there are times where you don't keep yourself in check. Just like, when I say that I have, like, understanding and empathy for people that have to deal with narcissistic parents, it's because I've had to deal with narcissistic parents. And I've had the conversation of, like, what does this look like? Is this what situation I'm in? Do I check every box? And the answer is no. The answer is no. I don't check every box. But I check boxes. And that is a reason to start talking to somebody. Talking to anybody, talking to your parent, talking to your sister, talking to your friends, just having the communication of, like, hey, can you help me understand what I'm going through? Because people sometimes are willing to help you. So as we're getting into this discussion, this is the beginning of some potentially aggressive communication, or like aggressive confrontation on someone's behavior, on who they identify as, and this is my pre-warning.
Mothers specifically will choose a golden child, and then they'll have a forgotten child or a scapegoat. A scapegoat is when you're continually blamed for the wrongdoings of others, and as I've talked about in my previous Gilmore Girls videos, Lorelai is effectively blamed for everything, while Rory is praised and treated like the golden child. The way our parents treat us affects our attachment styles, our development, and our mental health, and it's so crucial that you feel loved as a child. The narcissistic mother may be really obsessed with making their child look perfect to the public, not because she cares about the child, but she cares more about how that child reflects on her and her perception, which is really similar to how Emily was treating both Lorelai and Rory. Emily also shows a lot of internalized misogyny, where, for instance, she blames Lorelai for not fixing Christopher or being with Christopher, even though Christopher played a role in that. Another thing that a narcissistic mother will do is demand to know everything about their child's personal life and violate them, which Emily does constantly. This type of mother will also keep her children in a state of perpetual childhood by punishing them when they grow up, which explains why Lorelai as an adult is still quite immature sometimes. The narcissistic mother doesn't care about using her emotional outbursts to control and manipulate her children, yet when her children express their emotions, she guilt trips them or tries to invalidate their feelings. The focus is redirected to their needs, and then they gaslight or guilt trip their kids for disagreeing or sharing a concern. And there's this pressure to be the good daughter, which Lorelai experiences a lot, where she wishes she could be a better daughter, but she just doesn't feel up to it. And it's given Lorelai an avoidant attachment style. And another byproduct of having a mum like this is you frequently feel guilty or second guess yourself, which Lorelai also does constantly. Lorelai is very judgmental towards herself, and she has a very strong inner critic, especially because her mum is criticizing her so much. It's made Lorelai believe that she isn't necessarily deserving of good things or stable, committed relationships because she doesn't know what that looks like. It was never modeled to her. It's also given her a strong imposter syndrome and a sense of not deserving good things, not deserving success. It's shown with a lot of narcissistic parents that they always are threatened by their kids' accomplishments, they're not happy for them, and so the child themselves starts developing a sense of shame around their accomplishments or feeling like they don't deserve it because they're constantly worried about their parents being threatened by it because the parents have such a fragile ego. When a good thing comes...
I don't like this kind of conversation. Makes me highly uncomfortable. I just was telling you that I was in an orchestra and I was a good cello player, and the moment it came to upgrading and getting into a better orchestra to hone my cello skills more, I was so uncomfortable and so insecure and not confident that I chose to step out. It's not a matter of really blaming my parents, because cello isn't for me. I haven't touched the cello in 5 years. I knew in my heart that cello wasn't for me, and that was really guilty on my conscience, but it could have been for me. But I mean, that's really irrelevant. I don't know why I went there, but I mean, the price of being a cello student, the price of being in a very good orchestra, the price increase of being in a better orchestra, the knowledge that this isn't your future, the questioning of, is this where I want to put my money? What do I actually really like? That was something that I was thinking of. And I mean, I was 15. I mean, like, as much as that's important, mature thinking, are 15-year-olds always supposed to be thinking about all of that? I felt really confident in that. And when I saw my friends that, like, their parents made every single motherfucking decision for them, and, like, there was enough communication to where it was like, that is what the kid wants to do. I was like, whoa, that is a different breed of human being. That is a different breed of family. I will acknowledge that, look at it, observe it, not comment on it, because where can I contribute to that conversation? Because that is not my life. I have no idea what it is to live like that, but I'll watch it from afar, and then I'll say goodbye when it leaves. This is freaking me out. Not to say that my parents are, like, egomaniacs, but just, like, to say, because that would be, like, defamatory. That's not what I want. That's not what I mean. I'm not trying to be defamatory. I'm not trying to be, like, a freaking, yeah, I'm not trying to defame my parents. Just trying to say that, like, there are a lot of high energy, like, high energy feelings when it comes to living a child's life. Because living a child's life is expensive, it's difficult, it's stressful, it's a lot of responsibility, and children feel that. And that's probably my message more than anything, is that children understand the stressors that can be seen by being a parent. It's very clear to see for children. I would imagine for all children. I can only speak for myself. I feel like there were children in my life that didn't see that, and I was like, God, those kids are much happier than I am, because I'm constantly thinking about, like, the upsides and the downsides of everything. So, and I mean, I thought about it, and I was also very lucky. Like, I got to go to one of the best public schools in California. I'm going to one of the best film schools in the country. Like, at least according to the internet. I could give you my review of my college once I graduate. But, I don't know. Use those privileges as a child while you still can, and then, yeah, I mean, eventually life will change. Eventually I will not be a college student anymore, and eventually I won't have to be taking out more loans. Eventually that will stop. So, I don't know. I feel like that went into too many different ways for me to explain, because I feel like that maybe didn't make any sense. But if it did, thanks. You can speak my language. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry to hear that. This is my mom's and my relationship. Yesterday I had to legit tell her to leave my house. That's not funny. That's not funny. That's not funny. Whew. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Thank you for your sorry. That's so sweet. I'm definitely not trying to look for, like, a pity. I'm not trying to be the pity party. I'm not trying to host. Well, I would love to host a pity party. I love sad shit. I am obsessed with sad shit. So, I actually would host a pity party. But no, I totally understand. And she tried to gaslight me, saying that she was going back to the hospital because she said I caused her to have a heart attack. Homie, that is not, oh my god, that is some, like, slap that bitch behavior. Oh my god, okay, not everyone slaps their mother. I have never slapped my mother. I actually have headbutted my mother in the face and given her a nosebleed, but that was, like, I don't actually remember it. I don't remember that happening. What? Oh my god. That is unacceptable. That is a take it back comment. That is a bitch. Hold the fuck up. What the fuck did you just say to me? What the fuck did you just say to me? That is so not okay. That is the epitome of not okay. Oh my god. Well, you better let your mom know that there are people on the internet that are rallying for her to shut up with that very abusive commentary. Oh my god. Moms. I'm so sorry. Moms, man. We love our mothers. But boy, sometimes your mothers are motherfucking disrespectful and you're like, I understand that there's, like, some sort of hierarchy in the parent battlefield, but who the fuck do you think you are to talk to me like that? I'm constantly being told by my mother that I am very disrespectful in my commentary and that I need to hold my tongue. But luckily, they let me speak my mind, because if they didn't, this would be a different story. If I was not allowed to speak my mind, this would be a different story. I would be a different person. But damn. Oh my god. Just like, makes you want to write a song. The anger. The anger. Oh my god. The anger of disrespect is just something that leaches into everything. But we will go back to the video.
Lorelai's life, often she finds a way to self-sabotage and push away a good thing. Lorelai was so happy with Max. There wasn't really an issue. I mean, there were a few red flags, but nothing major. But Lorelai really didn't feel deserving of this happy relationship. And it explains why when she entered it, she nor the audience, we didn't really get an explanation at the time. She just couldn't do it. And I believe that she just wasn't used to something going so smoothly. Luke was there. They were friends for years. And he was always so good to her, and yet she felt like she didn't deserve him. And
okay, this is on a different tangent. I'm so sorry. Okay, we're moving on for just, okay, we'll go back. We will go back. I promise. Please understand. Please. Yotabai Banashi. Okay, I can't spell telework. This was written by the bitch that wrote Sweat and Soap. If you don't know what Sweat and Soap is, it's this. It's this bitch. This is teleworked Yota Banashi. I'm starting to read it right now. It's very new. Only 10 chapters out. When this is over, we're going to talk about this. Okay, but let's go back.
She kept overlooking the fact that a great guy was right there under her nose. Lorelai was so controlled by her parents that it's made her a bit overly rebellious, a bit overly adventurous, sometimes to the point that it's not working in her favor. I think because so often her parents were telling her what to do, it made her not want to do it at all out of stubbornness. And it's made her a very stubborn person now, where she doesn't want to admit wrong. She doesn't want to change her mind about Jess. She doesn't want to back out of a decision. Sick of being told that she's wrong.
And then I thought, what if I don't want to do what I want to do because I want to do it, but because they don't want me to? I mean, what if I don't like what I like because I like it, but because my mother doesn't like it and doesn't want me to like it? What if I don't actually like the music that I like, or...
The origin of the pick-me girl. This is the birth story of our first pick-me. I'm just saying.
The movies or the clothes or the men. I can remember the first time I had a Pop-Tart. It was at my friend Erica Catch's house, and she said, "Do you want a Pop-Tart?"
But at other points, she is almost looking for a reason to disagree with her parents because she's not used to them agreeing. Like, she was so against the thought of Rory going to Yale. And I was like, why? Yale, Harvard, same thing. Lorelai just wanted to win, and she wanted Rory to go to Harvard, and she didn't want Rory to choose an option that Richard liked. She also claims to not want or like her parents' support, and yet she goes above and beyond to try and get Rory into some kind of swanky, prestigious college or school. Even though Rory had stolen a boat and dropped out of Yale, the grandparents are so forgiving and kind, and that must have hurt Lorelai so badly. Whenever she made a tiny mistake or did something her parents didn't like, they were horrible. When she wears a dress they don't like or she's a pound overweight, they're horrible. But then when Rory does something criminal and horrible, they're literally so nice about it and forgiving in a way that they never were towards Lorelai. And then when Rory has a fault, that is associated with Lorelai and a mistake that she's made in her parenting as opposed to just blaming Rory. This makes Rory more spoiled because she's being told that nothing's her fault. And it's unfair on Lorelai because every time Rory makes a mistake, Emily and Richard are like, oh my god, Lorelai, you're the worst parent ever.
Oh my god, we were just having this, I was having this conversation with my sister today about, like, she said something of like, oh, this isn't your fault, this is just the way that your parents have raised you. And I was like, you're just allowing me to be a dumb bitch. You're just allowing me to be a dumb bitch and perpetuating the dumb bitchery of it. Like, I have, like, my thing is that I'm bad with spending money. I could blame it on my ADHD, I could blame it on me, I could blame it on a lot of things. Let's blame it on ADHD for now. Let's also turn a light on. Maybe, like, Okay. Sorry, excuse me. I'm bad at spending money. I spend too much money. And it's bad for me because because I have like this blind spending thing. Like, I go to McDonald's. I'm like, oh, is it 2 for $4 or like $5? Let me buy like 2 sandwiches that are for $5, and I spend $10 at McDonald's, and I'm like, oh, that's I spent $10 today. This is crazy. This is great. But then you do that every single day. Like, oh, I don't want to cook today, so I'll just go spend like $4 or $10 at McDonald's. I'll just go spend $23 at Jack in the Box. I'll just like for me it's food. For me it's food because I'm like an eater, and you get it. So that's my thing. Like, I overspend when it comes to food, or like if I had a different hobby, it would be that. Like, when it comes to manga, when I'm really, like, oh, I want to support the artist, I want to buy a physical book, I want to support the artist and have an online book, then I'll spend $200 on manga. And then that's my ADHD thing. It's like, oh, but I'm a good person because I bought the manga instead of pirating it online. Or it's like, oh, I am a film student, so I need to have all the streaming services. This was my problem until Christmas. So I've been paying for Hulu, Crunchyroll, at some points like Funimation. I pay for Spotify, HBO Max, Paramount, Peacock, Showtime. Showtime you can get for free with Spotify. I didn't even have to pay for Showtime, but I was paying for Showtime because I'm like, I can. That's my blind spending. So there you go. And then my sister was like, oh, well, we were raised by parents that have never had to worry about budgeting money. Which is true. My parents have never had to worry about budgeting money. We've been very lucky. That's like a privilege of the upper middle class or the middle class. And she was like, well, since you've had no one to teach you about budgeting and you are currently in poor mode, like, and I'm currently in poor mode, let me teach you how to, like, be poor. How to, like, successfully survive on a budget. And so that's something that she and I are gonna work on. But like, if people are constantly blaming other people for things that are your fault, then you'll never really learn your lesson. And I feel like I haven't really learned my lesson with money. I feel like my lesson with money is something that I've just tried to like wait until I hit rock bottom. And I'm just like, I'm waiting. Like, it's a very slow fall to the rock bottom because I am not spending thousands of dollars on shoes and trips and clothes because I don't have the storage for it. But I'm just slowly hitting rock bottom. So I've just been going down this road and I'm like, I'm waiting. And I'm currently getting close. And like, yeah. I don't know, maybe that was too much information, but that's my little spoiled brat thing. My spoiled brat thing is that I'm bad with money, so we all have our spoiled brat thing. But anyway, unless you don't. Maybe you don't have your spoiled brat thing. Maybe you have a different toxic trait, but for me, I'm a spoiled brat, so.
It is really used to show a lot of her psychology. I want to reference the article called Past the Pop-Tarts, the Gilmore Girls' Perpetual Hunger, because this had so many amazing points that basically ties into everything amazingly. It says that food shows people's different mindsets, and Emily and Mrs. Kim both use foods to keep their daughters in line. Their food doesn't offer emotional nourishment, whereas Lorelai's freely offered goodies do and show her willingness to support people. There's a scene where Emily serves spaghetti and meatballs, which is unusual for her and shows that she's trying to reach out and do something nice for Lorelai. In the same scene, Rory and Lorelai start arguing over the meatballs, and Emily says, all right, that's it, no more spaghetti and meatballs. Every time we have spaghetti and meatballs, you fight. And Lorelai says, no, we're not fighting, we're just bonding. It's funny that Emily misinterprets their bonding as fighting. Anytime there's an interaction that Emily witnesses, she'll turn it into something negative when it's not. There's a difference scene when the Gilmores say that they want to have a Friday night dinner with Lorelai and Rory, and there's a barbecue outside which Lorelai and Rory start enjoying. Emily's a bit annoyed and she's like, don't eat too much or you'll spoil your appetites for later. I find it really interesting as this article points out that Emily is now deploying hunger as a threat, and also at that point Emily was kind of fighting.
Women, do men have to deal with this? Truthfully, like, I bet they do, but I just want to get an example. Like, can some man come in here and be like, this is the way that people used hunger as a weapon against me? Like, people did not use hunger against me as a weapon. People used my weight against me as a weapon. People use my weight against me as a weapon more like my family. My family does. Too much. Too much. I'm like, guys, this is very obnoxious. Can you shut the fuck up? So, that's my cross to bear. Dealing with, like, people using food as a weapon, I've never had to deal with. My sister has had to deal with that. We all have our different things. Like, one memory that I have as a child that I remember really fondly was, like, but it was also, like, a very weird time. It was, like, I was in this, like, STEM project where I was making, like, a machine. And then you're supposed to give, like, a hypothesis. Like, this is our hypothesis on how our machine worked if it actually worked. And this is what it would do. And then you would go to a place and you'd get an award for your concept. And I didn't really want to do it because I'm not a STEM girl. I'm not that interested in it. The only way that I liked it was that I made it about art. Like, I made it about Greek history because I was into reading the Percy Jackson at the time. And my compensation for doing that STEM project and working with boys and being like a girl in STEM, I guess, and going to conventions and presenting my project and performing for people was that I would get Build-A-Bears from Build-A-Bear Workshop, like any Build-A-Bear I wanted, and I would go to Panera every single day with my mom, and we would get broccoli cheddar soup in a bread bowl, and I would have it with bread. So I'd have the bread bowl and the bread. And then she would get this, like, the same thing with chips or something like that. And we did that, like, honest to God, every day for maybe months. I don't know, like, of course I got fat. Of course we got fat. But she sometimes would get salads. And that was a time where I was like, this is great because we're bonding, but also this is crazy because we're eating at Panera every day. And this is so bad for you. But I was fucking 10, so I was like, I'm literally made of iron. I can withstand anything and anyone. So, yeah, that was like people using food as monetary value for me. And I think about that.
Richard because he wanted the girls to eat the barbecue food and she wanted them to eat the proper dinner, so she's almost wanting the girls to pick a side. Either the girls will end up disappointing Richard by eating Emily's dinner and not eating the barbecue food, or they'll end up letting down Emily because they'll have eaten too much of the barbecue food, or they have to override their own feeling of fullness in order to do both, which isn't great either. And what's so symbolic is in the middle of this meal, Rory gets a phone call from Dean. He's still married to Lindsay at this point, but he and Rory are seeing each other behind Lindsay's back. Emily's trying to find out what's going on, and Lorelai's trying to protect Rory's privacy by not letting Emily know what's going on. But when Rory returns to the table after the phone call, she casually reveals to Emily that she'd just been calling Dean and that she's seeing Dean again. And Lorelai's like, oh my god, Rory's so stupid. And the minute dinner is over, Lorelai confronts Rory about this. She says, why did you tell my mother about Dean? Rory says, I'm not going to lie to Grandma about Dean. Why should I? Lorelai says, because she's her. And Rory says, Mum, I am with Dean. And Lorelai's like, oh, fine. And then she says, you know, I'm actually hungry. I know it may seem like not that relevant, but it's actually so symbolic and there's so much subtext here. So many of these scenes and confrontations and conflicts take place where dinner is involved or food. Lorelai wants Rory to take her side. She wants Rory to understand how terrible Emily is. But Rory just doesn't get it. And that's why Lorelai says, all right, fine, you know I'm actually hungry.
Pepper found one of her little spring toys. She has a yellow one, a blue one, and a red one, I think. And we got them from a friend. And I don't remember her name. But we went to her house for a Halloween party. I literally asked her name. I feel like it's like Alexis. You would never be able to find her. There is not a single picture of me with her, except a group photo. So you wouldn't be able to tell who's Alexis and who's the pigeon in the corner. Is the pigeon named Alexis? Did the pigeon named Alexis? Oh my god, that's so dumb. That's so dumb. That's too dumb. Oh, oops. Okay.
I don't think she's actually hungry at all. I think she's feeling emotionally starved. Even though Lorelai's just had 2 meals, she's saying that she's still hungry, which shows that she's not getting what she wants from Rory, so she's unsatisfied. This whole scene shows that Rory is growing up and getting independent. The fact that she chose to tell Emily that she was dating Dean, knowing her mother wouldn't like it, that she's thinking her own way. And in general, the whole scene calls to mind how often, after Friday night dinners with her family, Lorelai will go back to Luke's diner to eat his food, even though she's just had dinner, implying that she doesn't feel full because she feels like she's missing something. She's restless, she's unsatisfied. Gilmore Girls is creating a parallel between eating and psychological distress. This is a really serious thing, emotional eating, and so many people do it. It's extremely common, and yet Gilmore Girls doesn't actually address how harmful and damaging this can be. For instance, Rory and Lorelai are doing a study session, and they're trying to make it more bearable by eating a lot of potato chips and fried chicken. However, we only understand that this frantic eating has taken place after it's happened, because when the scene starts, most of the bags are empty. One time, Lorelai gives up clothes to a sale and immediately after says, "Who wants cheese?" She's feeling a lot of separation anxiety from her clothes and she's upset, so she's trying to distract herself. But the scene cuts away before we actually get the chance to see her eating the cheese. Obviously, the protagonists are looking for comfort, for pleasure, for reassurance through food, but then we don't actually see them eating it and enjoying it. And so maybe that's implying that it is shameful to be eating your feelings. As this article points out, the show swerves around the dangers of excessive eating. There's one scene where Emily attacks Mitchum's wife, who's a real bitch, and her way of trying to upset the wife is by insulting her weight. Let's talk about your money. And what made Mitchum decide to choose you to marry amongst the pack of women he was betting at the time, I'll never know, but hats off to you for bagging him. He's still a playboy, you know. Well, of course you know. That will explain why your weight goes up and down 30 pounds every other month, but that's your cross to bear. So she's drawing a parallel.
Oh, that was such a serve. That was the largest serve that has ever been served on a platter in television history. Why are those bitches looking at cars? Because they're getting into one, obviously. I don't want the parking spot because it's on the wrong side of the street, but I digress. I'm a little street stalker. That was the sexiest serve ever in feminine TV history. Prove me wrong, Gossip Girl could never.
Between emotional eating and the stress of an unfaithful relationship. So the message is that weight gain is a character flaw, it's shameful, and it does seem a bit disrespectful of Gilmore Girls to be repeating that message. Whether it's undereating, whether it's overeating, or anything, it's a criticism from Emily because it shows an inability to regulate yourself. In a different scene, Rory speaks to Lorelai for the first time after they had a proper rift, and Rory says, "You look skinny."
You look great.
You look skinny.
Oh.
It's really awkward. They don't normally discuss superficial things relating to their weight. And it's Rory's awkward way of acknowledging that maybe Lorelai has been stressed and that this rift between them has been difficult. Normally they eat a lot together, so if she's saying you look skinny, it's like saying you haven't been eating much because you haven't been spending time with me. Eating a lot of food was what Rory and Lorelai would normally do regularly together. That was like their bonding activity. When the two eventually reconcile, the first thing Lorelai does is dash off to Luke's to get a bunch of food.
Holy shit, I do remember this. That is a lot of... Oh my god, they would get so stale. You know what? Oh my god. My favorite eating thing. Oh, these powdered donuts that come in a box that used to be $5 but are now $6 when you go to Safeway. Because I lived next to a Safeway as a kid. I would bike or I would drive and I would buy a bag of Safeway brand sour cream and onion chips, a box of those powdered donuts, and I would just fuck those up. I did it this Christmas. It was so bad for me. It was so fucking delicious.
To Luke, don't skimp on the fries, we don't want to lose her again. So food is a way of establishing social bonds and again rebelling, showing how different she is from her mum.
Am I rebelling against the fat-phobic society by telling you all of this? I would literally never eat anything other than fucking grapes or a soup that I made in front of camera. I would never show you the 4 hot and spices I ate last night. But just know that they exist. But I would never show you. I just like have too much anxiety for that. Maybe one day I will have enough pride in my fat behavior in order to be honest. But for now, I would rather lie. Oh my god. Anyway.
Food choices are inexplicably bound to her relationship with her mother. Now I want to discuss Lorelai and Rory's relationship and how that's affected by the grandparents and all of that. I want to say now that Rory's downfall and her season 6 arc was inevitable. It was right from the start. The red flags were there, the signs were there. Lorelai was a very loving, compassionate, sweet and giving mother. However, she never provided Rory with that structure, with those rules, firmness, tough love that Rory needed. In fact, most of her parenting with Rory was based on overcompensation and trying to give Rory what she never got in her childhood, which resulted in her just being too nice, not being able to say no. And that can create a very spoiled child who has no grit because she kept trying to bubble wrap Rory rather than letting her have some difficult experiences. And that's shown in season 6 when after Rory stole a boat, Lorelai should have been furious at the person Rory was becoming. Instead, she's mad for like 2 seconds and then she starts saying to the police officers, Rory's a good kid, she's an angel. I mean, she goes to Harvard. She never does anything like this. Is she actually in a prison cell? Why a cell? I mean, she doesn't deserve that. She shouldn't be in a cell, not my sweet baby. And then when she brings Rory back home, she's making jokes about Rory going to prison and giving her cookies and acting as if the whole thing never happened. She did not put her foot down nearly harshly enough. Then Richard and Emily exacerbate the problem by acting as if Rory is too good for prison and too good for a criminal record. That makes Rory think, great, I got away with stealing a boat. I can get away with anything. And immediately after, she drops out of Yale. Lorelai's no longer joking around. She's actually really concerned. But by that point, it's too late to stop it. And it's too late for her to have any kind of parental authority. I'm not saying you always need to be horrible to your child and instill the fear of God in them, but sometimes it's appropriate to scare them a little bit. That ties into the presentation of Lorelai as the cool mum and best friend first over being a mother. The relationship between Rory and Lorelai is a key part of the show and one of the most interesting parts. The way they do road trips, avoid housework, watch movies together and eat popcorn. It's the sort of thing that you do on a sleepover with your best friend. She respects Rory, she inspires her, and she genuinely loves her, which is great and really nice. Lorelai also tries to enforce the value of hard work. She's sometimes not going to invest properly in Rory because she's just too overwhelmed, too busy, and it's too much pressure on anyone to raise a whole human being and manage your own needs and dating life. Like, it's a lot. And I think Lorelai genuinely did the best she could, considering what she was given. When she had Rory in those first few developmental years of Rory's life, Lorelai herself was still a teenager, learning, growing, figuring shit out, and raising a kid. As a result, Lorelai just defends Rory way too much and takes her side too often when it's not appropriate. And when Lorelai finally tries to put down her foot with Rory, Rory doesn't respect her, and so there's this big rift in their relationship where they're kind of giving each other the silent treatment.
So, your drink is disgusting.
Tell me about it. Construction.
Yeah, we're making the bedroom bigger.
You and Luke?
No, me and John O'Hurley. Luke doesn't know yet. I hope he takes it okay.
And this really upsets them because, like I said, they are very much intertwined in each other's lives and they do need each other to be happy. Lorelai is so depressed without Rory and Rory is so unhappy without her mum. They need each other to be fulfilled and they're getting increasingly stressed. Just being with Luke is not satisfying to her, and I think that's why she seemed like on the verge of a mental breakdown in season 6. But unfortunately, this rift in their relationship with Rory not respecting her mum and pulling away from her was inevitable. because of the fact that Lorelai couldn't say no to her daughter and she kept overindulging her without thinking about why she was doing it. For instance, Rory's whole dream of I want to go to Harvard and be a journalist wasn't the best thought through, and the fact she didn't have a backup plan was bad. You should always have a backup plan and always have an open mind and consider all the things you're good at, not just one thing. Harvard or Yale aren't even considered the best schools for journalism degrees, so it was clear that Lorelai just thought of the bougiest, most impressive sounding thing she could think of, like Harvard, and then went with it rather than actually looking at what colleges would offer the best courses for Rory. The grandparents were the biggest issue with Rory getting spoiled because they overly indulged her, but these issues were taking place in Rory's childhood, involving the way that Stars Hollow mollycoddled her, the way that her mum overindulged her, and that was an issue way before her grandparents came along that was already forming. When Rory first started having a crush on Dean, Lorelai was concerned. She was like, uh-oh, there's a boy in the picture. And she saw that Dean wore a leather jacket and she was quite intimidated by him. And she was like, I don't think this is going to be a healthy thing for Rory. This guy looks like bad news. But then, because Rory wanted to date, Lorelai ended up giving in. She's not really firm on anything. Like, she seemed so against Rory having a crush. And she was genuinely concerned watching them. And then she was kind of like, oh, okay, you guys can be together. It was really odd. I just think she'll go along with what Rory wants. Again, that shows that generational trauma and overcompensation. Her parents hurt her by...
That's such an interesting take. But like, it seemed like Lorelai was very scared, but once she understood the situation, she let go. That seemed like really wise to me at the time, but for her to say that she was not going to fight with Rory, or not gonna, like, she was just gonna let Rory do what she wanted. Like, she spoiled Rory in the sense of letting her have a boyfriend.
Like, oh, okay, you guys can be together. It was really odd. I just think she'll go along with what Rory wants. Again,
the way she words it is like, it's wrong to go along with what your daughter wants. Is that? I mean, like, Rory wanted a boyfriend. She looked at the situation, she assessed it, and said, okay, you can have a boyfriend. I'll let it go. And then when it came to Jess, she was like, I really don't like Jess. And then when it came to Dean again, she was like, I can't believe you did that with Dean. So, and then when it came to Logan, she was like, I really am not gonna, I don't like Logan, but because Logan gets you, I'm gonna let it go. And in that situation, I thought, she really has no authority over Rory's life. But maybe that was just a build-up over the years? I have never really thought about it like that. I don't know.
Shows that generational trauma and overcompensation. Her parents hurt her by always saying no, and now she's saying yes too much to Rory. At other points, Lorelai's parenting was excellent involving Rory's boyfriends. For example, when Rory slept with Dean and she shouldn't have, Lorelai didn't scream at her daughter, but she did tell her off, and she was very firm and said that Rory had been the other woman and had made a big mistake, and she voiced her concerns, and yet coming from a place of love at the same time, and I thought that was very mature parenting, and I just really loved the way she handled it. Lorelai
protected Rory so fiercely in this moment, and it was a moment where you were like, you can do like one of the worst things you can do to a person, and you still have people that will defend you. And I mean, like, that is true. That is absolutely true. That is why we have Nepo babies, and like why we have terrible men in industries that get away with things. But you never think that you're going to be the one that gets away with it until you are the person that gets away with it. And then you're like, I guess this is a new normal. I can get away with crazy shit. Or it's like, God, that really wasn't okay that I got away with that. Like, I feel so guilty. Like, oh my God. I don't know.
To see Rory as perfect, as an angel, as a perfect child, because if she acknowledged the flaws in Rory, that would mean acknowledging that she had messed up as a parent sometimes. As a result, the show is really presenting us with the parallels of two types of motherhood to avoid. Emily's obviously a no-go zone because she's controlling and mean, but Lorelai it's not meant to be something you aspire to in terms of parenting either, because she was just too damn nice. They're both polar opposites, and I think the show's trying to tell us that maybe you need to find a healthy middle ground. There's a lot of themes of parenting in the show, like when Lorelai tells Luke that she feels like a really good mother, but not a good daughter. And maybe that's why she was so nice to Rory and never wanted to admit Rory's faults, because she doesn't want to feel like a terrible daughter and like a terrible mother at the same time, because Lorelai already feels like a failure as it is. She doesn't need anything else to pile onto it. Lorelai and Rory's relationship tends to fall apart when there's a guy involved. This is fascinating. I've never seen anyone talk about this before involving this show, so I'm gonna spill the beans. The issues...
What beans? What beans? What's your name again? What beans, Serena? What beans? What beans, S? Oh my god. Like, their relationships tend to fall apart when it comes to guys. Well, yeah, because they have shit. Like, communication when it comes to guys. They have major daddy issues, major trust issues. What about it?
Along in their relationship when a guy becomes a threat or the more important one, the one who gets one of the girls attacked.
Oh my god. We're gonna go into, like, underlying misogyny. We're gonna go into, like, men are better than me. Men are better than women. So the moment a man comes into your life, I feel inferior. You know how much I don't like that motif? I don't like that motif. I hate that motif. Can't see if anyone's chatting, but just to check. Oh my god. My least favorite motherfucking motif. Oh my god. Sorry for scaring you. But, like, I have friends that have boyfriends. I have friends that don't have boyfriends. I have a sister that has a boyfriend. I have sisters that have husbands. I have brothers with wives. I have single brothers. My point is, no one is better than me. No one will ever compare to me. No one ever will ever compare to you. You're special. Miss Lorelai Gilmore is special. No man can take her role away. No one can take my role away. You know how motherfucking crazy I am? You know how little there are crazy people in my life who act exactly like I am? I am not replaceable in my social circle. In fact, the only thing that I am is removable. I'm either, oh my god, you're great. Or it's like, oh my god, I need space. It's not like I'm replaced by anybody. It's that I'm taken out of the equation. It is gonna start raining. It is starting to rain. You can hear thunder. Fuck. Okay. So, my point is I hate the motif of, like, a man comes into your life, all hell breaks loose. Why is your hell breaking loose? What are you scared of? What are you fearful of that you're freaking out? Like, why are we freaking out right now? I'm not freaking out. You have a boyfriend. I'm just gonna vibe here and mind my business until you want to go to the movies with me. I'm just gonna sit here and mind my business until you want to shit talk whatever job you're doing right now. Or you want to shit talk your boyfriend. Or shit talk whatever. And I'll shit talk my school. I'll shit talk the books. I'll shit talk my parents. I don't know. I'll find something. My life isn't that exciting. But my point is that men don't change a thing unless you give them power. And if you're giving them power, what are you scared for? So, it's something that I really don't want to invite into my life. The energy has always made me ick. Because we don't need men. Men they're not better than us. They can't replace us. Because, like, then where would I go? If my best friend had a boyfriend and then he replaced me for everything that I do, where would I go? I wouldn't exist. I'd have to find a whole new friend. I'd have to completely relocate and, like, be a different role in the job of being the bestie. I have not lost my job as bestie. And I don't intend to lose my job as bestie, even though I'm fucking 100 miles away. Like, I'm gonna stay right here. I'm not going anywhere. I love you. And I'm not gonna stop just because I'm far away or just because, like, this guy is doing everything that I already do. But if he is, maybe we'll talk about it. Like, how do you feel? Do you want me gone now? I don't know. Now I'm getting like confused. But I hope this makes sense. Of like, men can't replace us. Men, I have nothing to fear about with men. Unless I should have something to fear, but that won't be on me. That will be on my friend or another person. And when I have a spouse in my life, a boy or a girl or whatever the fuck, if they change my life dramatically in the sense of like my best friend is no longer my best friend, I will definitely communicate that. And I would hope that like we get through it, is my point. But when it comes to Rory and Lorelai, they crash and burn and start screaming and go, Mayday, 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 Mayday! So,
and investment, so they forget about the other elements of their life. That's when there's tension, because Rory and Lorelai are so used to spending time together that they're not really preparing themselves by making room for a husband or a boyfriend in their lives. They're not used to that dynamic of needing to include 3 people, and so often they're shutting out the guy in some way because they're always closer to each other than they are to that guy. And if a guy comes along, he's seen as a threat to their relationship. Lorelai often puts off commitment to a man and never getting too close to anyone, with Max, with Luke, with other guys in general. The first issue was with Max, who Lorelai dated, when he tried to come round to the house for the first time and stay over. When he is staying over, Lorelai sneaks into Rory's room and she's like, are you okay with this? How do you feel about Max? If I marry him, it won't be the you and me secret clubhouse anymore. This shows that Lorelai doesn't really like having Max in the house. She's not used to it. Therefore, her relationship with Rory is actually becoming limiting for her, and it's cutting off her ability to grow and maybe invite change into her life. Also, Max was in a way unattainable as he was Rory's teacher. It was never really going to work, which shows that maybe Lorelai likes the idea of seeking out someone that can't fully be available to her. Rory then has to reassure her mum that indeed Max is a great option and this is an exciting fresh start for her. The next issue is when Rory starts dating her first boyfriend, Dean, which is completely outside of Lorelai's comfort zone and what she's used to. Luckily, Dean is not too demanding a guy at first, and he doesn't take away too much attention from...
I've never given my qualifications for why I can talk about Gilmore Girls. In case you were curious, I have rewatched Gilmore Girls at least 5 times. Those are my qualifications. I've also watched the interviews of the actors after the show aired, after the sequel, after all of it, and they were doing different roles, but they still mentioned Gilmore Girls. Back in 2009, like, I did the whole thing. But I know the show ended in 2007, so it's not my point. It's just like, I watched a 2009 interview.
And he really cares about impressing Lorelai. So I think Lorelai felt a bit less threatened. He doesn't overshadow her and she can learn to adjust, which she does. And then she realizes, you know what, it's okay, because Dean does respect that Rory and Lorelai need their alone time. And often it's the 3 of them hanging out at the house too, so it's not like Rory's disappeared for hours on end. However, when Jess arrives, Lorelai's worst nightmare comes to fruition because Jess is like this bad boy figure, and Lorelai's so scared that Rory's going to lose her virginity to Jess. Normally, because they're best friends, they tell each other everything. They're constantly calling, giving each other updates, but there's suddenly this real awkwardness when there's a guy involved, and Rory isn't sure whether to tell her mum about Jess and if they're going to be intimate or not, or when to share that information, and then Lorelai doesn't know whether she wants to know or not. This brings up the question, how much is appropriate to share? Because best friends share everything, but mother and daughter, there needs to be some boundaries, some privacy. Lorelai being like, oh, don't tell me, I don't want to know. Maybe that's an issue, because sometimes these conversations are crucial in order to keep your child safe. And as much as Lorelai wanted to hear if Rory had been intimate with someone and wanted to help, she didn't want to hear about Rory doing it with Jess specifically, and it kind of grossed her out. Then later, there's more distance. Rory's crushing on Logan big time. She doesn't want to tell her mum. When mum brings up Logan, Rory's like, no, we're just friends, and she doesn't want to share how deep her feelings for Logan run. It's because she knows Lorelai won't approve, and for once, she wants to have a crush that Lorelai doesn't judge. When Rory starts burning out in season 5, quitting school, stealing...
I'm so sorry.
about having a negative attitude. Lorelai blames all of Rory's irresponsibility on Logan, and she says everything has gone wrong since Rory started seeing Logan. But ultimately she knows that she has to accept Logan as Rory's boyfriend if she wants to be included in Rory's life. She doesn't want to be like Emily, and she knows that Rory's life is Rory's life and she has to accept her for who she is. And as painful as it is, she eventually has to come around to the idea of Logan and Rory being together. Lorelai was projecting her fantasies of Dean being like the younger Luke onto Rory because she had this idea of Dean as a down-to-earth hometown boy. That's the kind of guy she wanted, someone stable, someone kind and grounded, and so she thought that Rory would want that too. But what works for her won't necessarily work for Rory. Simultaneously, she was fearful about Jess and assumed he was dangerous, which, I mean, she doesn't know him. They had a terrible first impression, but she doesn't know him. But then when Jess started to show softer sides and when Rory was saying he wasn't that bad, Lorelai was incapable of changing her mind and acknowledging that. And one of the...
This video is so fucking long. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Things where I didn't like Lorelai really at all was after...
Okay, here's the thing. It's not the video's fault, because if I was just watching this not on stream, I would just listen to this and I'd be like, I'd be going about my day, washing my dishes, making dinner. I'd do that. But because I'm supposed to be commenting on this, I'm like, I don't have commentary. Oh my god, I don't have commentary. Oh, I don't have commentary. So...
and Jess had got into an accident, and obviously Lorelai needs to support her kid, but Luke needs to support his nephew, Jess, and look after him. But Lorelai was like yelling at Luke and saying that he... which is exactly the sort of thing that Emily would do, which Lorelai always hated.
We're skipping. We're gonna take a break. I'm calling it out. I'm calling it out. I want to talk about something else. I want to talk about the book that I was mentioning earlier. This book. Let me read you the synopsis. I wish there was a better picture. But for now we have this. Oh, that's a bigger picture. Super pixelated. Oh no. Oh, did someone talk about it on TikTok? Is this a TikTok? Is this a TikTok? Bring me it. Give me TikTok. Give me the TikTok. Give me the TikTok. Give me. Wait, where was it? This one. Give it to me. Where is it? Is it this one?
Tetsuya Yamada's brand new series is now out in Japan. Telework Yotamanashi is now out in Japan, and they got the cover of Morning Magazine. Here's Kitetsu's tweet translated in English, so it reads, from today's issue of Morning 49, the serialization of Telework Yotamanashi has started. This is a love story about a neighbor with glasses and a senpaku-eyed boy. I don't know what SE means, but let me know in the comments.
Oh god! I have neighbors. Shut the fuck up, Juliana. Don't know what I'm saying. I sound like an idiot, but like, oh my god.
Who met when they started teleworking. For the first time, 3 episodes have been published. I also like the top color, so please take a look. And by top, they mean like the cover of the magazine. And here's a closer look at the cover. The artwork for our female lead looks amazing. She looks beautiful. And I'm so excited. Huge congratulations to Tetsuya Yamada for getting another series serialized. And if you live in Japan, I hope you can get your hands on this issue and let me know how the 3 chapters are. It's gonna take a while to get this officially out in English, but I hope we do get some fan translation soon. Tetsuya Yamada's brand new series is now out in Japan. Telework Yotamanashi is now out in Japan, and they got the cover of Morning Magazine.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, let's put on vlog view so you don't see me signing in. You don't need that. Guys, you don't need to know what it is. You don't need to know how to sign in for me. I hate that you have to use your phone number. But I don't hate it because it's very convenient. And I don't have... I like convenience. Tell me why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? I see the way you know, acting like it's somebody else and gets me frustrated. When life's like this, you You fall and you crawl and you break and you take what you get, but you turn it into. You say you promise me you're never gonna try to fake it. No, no, why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? I see the way you're acting like it's somebody else gets me frustrated. Life's like this, you fall and you crawl and you break and you take what you get and you turn it into. You say you promise me you're never gonna try to fake it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my god, this girl's like a total weeaboo. This is a total weeb. Holy crap. I'm looking at all of her thumbnails. Oh my god, this bitch. Okay, we should show you. We're back. Oh my god. Look at all of her weeb shit. She's got motherfucking banana fish. She's got her desk. I don't even recognize this thing. I don't even know what this is. She has a cute little Pochita. She's got some Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't know who those boys are. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. I don't know what that is. I don't know what this is. I think I know this. Ah! We should listen to I know this series. I know this series. I know this series. Play your sound. Where's the scrolly thingy? Play.
Smut gods had finally heard my prayers, and we're finally going to get Kiritani in English. I'm so excited. And no, it wasn't picked up by 7 Seas. It was actually picked up by Tokyo Pop under their new Love X Love and...
Does she work in the industry? Is that why she knows who the fucking translator is? I don't know that shit. I want to know that. Oh my god. This series is so good because I've already read it. Anyway. Okay.
Telanorenai ng Karakikonai will be known as We Can't Do Just Plain Love, and Volume 1 is available for pre-order on Amazon. Volume 1 is set to come out on May 16, 2023. If you have not yet read the series, you're in for a treat. It is a very spicy josei manga featuring 2 adults in a consensual relationship. Both leads are freaking hot. There's comedy, there are sweet moments, the spice is very, very spicy, and overall, it's just very well written.
True.
Smut gods had finally
True. I love her little like caution. Bruh, this girl's a motherfucking weeaboo. This bitch is a motherfucking weeaboo. Oh my god, I want to be your best friend. She looks 30. Oh my god, what if she was like, I'm actually 28. How fucking dare you? Oh my god. I want to be your friend. Can we be friends? Can you be friends with a 20-year-old? Or is that like creepy for 30-year-olds? I'm friends with so many 30-year-olds, so like, I don't think it's creepy. I'm not neat. Does she freak out like I do? Do the weebs, do we freak out? Cause I freak out. I'm like, oh my god, I choked. In this wild, new sex comedy you've never seen cougars like this. Oh wait, in this wild new sex comedy you've never seen cougars like this, Usahara Kunio is a handsome copywriter at an ad agency with a bright future ahead of him. He has a terrible secret. He's afraid of women. Whenever women make a move on him, he can only see an apex predator. This sounds familiar, and at the same time, I'm like, is it? Weddings, restaurants, and even work isn't safe. Unfortunately, he's working on a new ad campaign for a dating app. He needs to get more familiar with the world of sex and romance. It'll take all his cunning and wildlife knowledge to not get torn apart. Can he survive a tale filled with desire, both carnivorous and carnal? Oh my god, he's kind of like conventionally hot. I wasn't gonna say hot because no, it's me, not me. I'm me, not me. Oh my god, it's that like very funny like, I'm a man, not a piece of meat. Trying to use my pee-pee for facts. Oh my god, this cover is crazy. This is so camp. This is so camp. I'm loving it. She's a crocodile. I don't really get that. I don't really like the cover art. Let's see like a chapter. Oh god. What? Why does he have weights on his back? Oh my god, what is this? Does he have mommy issues or something? Does he have like... Oh my god! These look like... This one looks like a completely different series. Hey, I'm not meat. Oh, I guess that's why they showed it. What is this? Boku no Sentaku? I don't know it. Ooh, boobies. That looks really old. Do you guys get that? Like, where did that picture go? Like, it's her face. It's her face, it's her eyes. Like, she has the same, like, moe eyes. Like, I would say her eyes are pretty similar to Oran High School vibes. Her titties are cute. But, like, the very skinny, blonde-haired bimbo that's dead in the corner, it's giving 2005 heroin chic. And then this scenery is just very realistic. But also, like, yeah, it's very realistic. I feel like this is hand-drawn to some degree. And I feel like the style of now is very cute, round cheeks, just like a little girl vibes, or just like, I'm a bad bitch, you can't kill me, and not like a ooh woo baby. I'm an ooh woo baby that looks 25. Ooh woo looking 25-year-old back in 2005. Heroin chic bitch in the corner. That's what that's giving. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this came out in 2017. I don't believe it, but maybe. Okay. Well, I freaked out over that, but let's hear what she has to say.
Let's talk about I'm Not Meat, which is published by Seven Seas under the Go Ship imprint, meaning that it is for adults. Let's talk about volume 1 of I'm Not Meat, but first, this cover is actually one of the coolest covers I've seen.
That's a lie. That is an insult to culture. That is an insult. This is a bad... I don't like the art style. I don't like the fact that, like, it's not really, like, three-dimensional. It feels very, I dragged and dropped them right there, and then I put this random backdrop because I didn't have enough time to fill it in with something fun, and then I have this stock alligator that I'm going to put in. But the alligator looks very good. If anything, I think the alligator is the best looking thing on here. I think the writing looks weird. I don't think it looks like meat, because I feel like if they made the writing look a little bit more like meat, because they chose like a pinkish brain matter looking color. If they chose that pinkish brainish matter looking color, I wish they would choose like an original font. I don't mind the Ikaro Ito story and art are by. The one is fine, but like, this is not the best cover she's ever seen in her life. This is not even a good cover. I completely disagree. Oh, so sorry. If anything, Sweat and Soap has a very good cover. Like, you see the sweat, you see the soap. Like, it's not an original style of font. It's not an original font, but they elevated a font that is unoriginal, and like, they are the main focus. Like, if this was good, maybe like zoom in on them. Don't have their full portrayal. I don't need to see his full body. I can see her hand on his pelvis if they were super zoomed in. I could see the shape of her ass coming in if she was super zoomed in. Like, they're too far away. So that would be a great little bit of advice. All this alligator just taking up so much space, and them being so small. You heard me. This cover This is not a cover, though. This is, like, a magazine cover. They don't have enough for them to, like, actually make a manga cover. If this was the manga cover, this isn't a good or bad manga cover. I'd say this is a good manga cover, but I think that his outfit looks awful. Yeah, I think that his outfit doesn't fit the style of it, but I also don't believe that this is the cover. Like, I feel like this is what they photoshopped. But if this is the cover, then so be it, but this is also not a good cover. In my opinion. And my laptop's... not my laptop. And my camera's dying, so I have to go black screen for a second. But... oh my god. I am so critical on covers. I don't know who I think has the best covers, but if I had to... I think about it. I think plenty of small artists have really great covers. If any, I would say that... I'm looking at this one that's like... Even Though We're Adults. I think that one has a really good cover. It shows it. I usually choose things that I find to have like a really fabulous cover. And that's how I go off of my stories. I like it when people are very big in the focal point. Like, they're zoomed in on, and they look like they're the focal point of the shot. They're not, like, a bunch of things behind them that are super distracting. Let's plug this in. So that's typically important to me. I think, like, the Magi covers are really good. Oh my god, it really is raining. How do I turn on the Gilmore Girls again for a second? I'm gonna go to the restroom.
Only when Lorelai focuses on the love that she and her daughter share and tries to find some understanding do they begin to rekindle their relationship. Unfortunately, because sometimes Lorelai has been a bit controlling, it means that Rory can be quite indirect and scared of confrontation. She found it very hard with Logan for a while to be direct about what she wanted. And I think that's because every time she shares what she wants, she stands up for herself, Lorelai can react pretty badly. Rory feels like she needs to have the same opinion about things as her mum does. Lorelai will admit her mistakes, and she will often, once she's calmed down, do some self-reflection. For example, when she and Rory were arguing about whether Rory should go to Yale or Harvard, when Lorelai calmed down, she ended up acknowledging that she trusts Rory and she knows that whether it's Harvard or Yale, she'll be proud either way. I would say overall that Lorelai and Rory's relationship evolved greatly over the seasons, and it became a bit more like mother-daughter and a bit less like best friend and best friend. Lorelai realizes she needs to allow Rory to have some space and allow Rory to date who she wants, reflected in her acceptance of Dean and then of Logan. In the Martha's Vineyard episode, Lorelai is shocked when she sees Rory cooking with an apron on, actually chopping vegetables, and she realizes that Rory is growing up and being a woman and actually cooking in a way that Lorelai's never really been good at. And she sees how much they've grown apart and how different they are. At this point, Rory's with Logan, almost like his little future wife. Luke is owning Luke's diner, and while Luke's not at all poor, he has lots of money spare, there's more of an obvious social class difference between them now because of the fact that they're moving in different circles and they're going to marry different people. I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing, it's just an observation, and it's something Lorelai notices. They do spend a lot of time mocking the rich, Lorelai and Rory, yet she can't fully pull away from her roots because they're always spending money on things they don't need and they're ordering takeaway constantly. Rory never gets a job at college. She can just focus on her studies, which I can't imagine how much time that would free her up to have, and I really don't know why she's complaining so much. It can be so stressful trying to juggle everything, and it's something Rory never had to worry about because she never needed to work. She was provided for. And Lorelai and Rory can afford to go backpacking around Europe for the whole summer. They live in a big house, like they have lots of privileges. And a lot of the guys that Lorelai dates are rich and privileged. However, it's interesting to note that ultimately Lorelai chose Luke, who is more down to earth, he's a townie, and it shows that that's what she's the most attracted to overall. Richard tries to give Luke an opportunity to make his diners into a chain, and Luke doesn't want that, which shows that he really is a down-to-earth guy and he doesn't values superficial things in the same way that maybe Richard and Emily do. I'm really sorry if you can hear the drums in the background. It's just unavoidable. A lot of her trauma has made her highly avoidant and runs away from relationships, as I said. For instance, she's at an engagement party to Max and then calls Christopher. Shitty behaviour. I just want to add that being a strong, independent woman is great. I like that Lorelai puts herself first. However, there's a fine line between independence and hyper-independence, and there are studies that show that due to past, you feel like you need to only rely on yourself and not others, which maybe explains why it takes Lorelai a while to have a consistent, stable relationship. Lorelai feels really threatened and jealous of Christopher's new girlfriend, Sherry, because she feels like that's the life that she may be.
Boop. Hello. Hi. Reacting to Russian music? Oh God, should I click that? Ooh. I don't know. Oh dear. There's a little kitty on my lap. This kitty is Russian. You're Russian to get out of here. And she has poop on her asshole. I don't know if that makes her Russian though. Okay, go. Bye. I will open that link on my own and then I'll see if it's Twitch appropriate. We are recording. I don't want to get like in trouble. Do I get to see chat? I get to see me. I'm gonna copy and paste it and text to myself. You know what I wish that you were sending me was, if you know that one Russian children's YouTube channel where they're like duba 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 beep 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 beep, that Trixie and Katya use. I love that fucking thing. Oh, okay. Interesting. It has a lyric cover looking-esque thing.
Сегодня утром в новостях плясали танцы на костях, ругались матом при гостях. А пару выпусков спустя еще одна винишка тян стала кислотницей пустяк. Падают звезды, ах, поймать бы хоть одну. Бомбы, ракеты летят, не знаю куда, откуда. Я хочу сделать настоящее тату. Я посвящу его женщине из клуба. Я хочу велосипед и чистой футболкой падать, 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 падать в грязь, падать в грязь. Мой лучший друг Пепси, мой главный враг попса. Так нельзя, но кто сказал? Кто сказал? Я хочу велосипед и чистой футболкой падать, 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 падать в грязь, падать в грязь. Мой лучший друг Пепси, мой главный враг попса. Так нельзя, но кто сказал? Кто сказал? Плюю через левое плечо и перед стиркой ярлычок читай и делай.
Oh, this is 3 years old. It reminds me of Cartoons and Vodka from Jinx Monsoon. This is beautiful.
К врачу. Не прячь под ковриком ключи, 3 раза по столу стучи, живи с улыбкой, как учил. Жизнь как разговор о Путине с таксистом, как стихи. По этой сети каждый божий день среди тысяч похожих тачек вечно ищи свой желтый Kia Rio, белый Kia Rio. Я пошел, я намочу себе манту. Я ни диктант, ни резюме писать не буду. Я хочу сделать настоящее тату. Я посвящу его женщине из клуба. Я хочу велосипед и чистой футболкой падать, 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 падать в грязь, падать в грязь. Мой лучший друг Пепси, мой главный враг попса. Так нельзя, но кто сказал? Кто сказал? Я хочу велосипед и чистой футболкой падать, 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 падать в грязь, падать в грязь. Мой лучший друг Пепси, мой главный враг попса. Так нельзя, но кто сказал? Кто сказал? Падать, падать.
beautiful. That was so beautiful. This is really well done. I was looking at Cartoons and Vodka because this reminds me of Cartoons and Vodka so fiercely. And I mean, Cartoons and Vodka came out 5 years before this. So I'm a little inclined to believe that this is inspired by Cartoons and Vodka. But hey, at the end of the day, this was more successful than that. So go them. That's sick. That's sick as shit. That is so cool. I love that. That was really cool. I will like that. I think the song was good. I think the song is a little, like, not my vibe. Because I'm not... I feel like this is a song that I should be studying to. But does this bitch ever do her homework? It, like, gives me... like, robot. I'm a dead little girl in this robot world, and I'm just trying to, like... And I'm emotional. I'm emotional, but very distant in my emotional feelings. And here's my song. I don't know why that's giving me that, but thank you for sharing that. And your name is Zikri. Zikiri. That's a very fun name. Well, thank you for sharing. That was fun. Back to the manga. I almost slapped the table, but I didn't want to make it really loud. Back to the manga. Oh my god, I'm actually getting hungry. We might make ourselves some pasta. I have some pasta in the freezer that I'm like... I have pasta in the fridge. I have pasta in the fridge. But I'm like, ooh, that might be delicioso. Okay, so this I'm not meat thing is... It can go. She seems cool. I want to be her friend. She seems like a pro. I can't believe I just found her on a whim. But she seems super cool. And 30. And I'm like, are you where I want to be at 30? Maybe. What is this?
Crunchyroll is not treating their voice actors very well.
So let's talk about the way Crunchyroll treats their voice actors.
I believe them. I heard that from Connor. Connor was saying that voice actors just, there's no career in voice acting. Like, you get paid nothing. And I was like, that's crazy. Because, like, you hear the same voice actors over and over and over. Maybe that's because there's no one else that's able to get paid and break the glass ceiling on that. Isn't it just a streaming service and not a company? Also, do you see the little message where they put when you cancel your subscription saying if you cancel then you don't support? I canceled it through the App Store, but that's crazy. Don't appreciate the guilt tripping when they're doing this to their voice actors. I typically don't cancel my subscription. I've canceled it recently, but I canceled it through the App Store also. That's crazy that they say that. But we haven't even watched the video yet.
All of this discourse mainly took place over on Twitter about...
Oh, wait.
Crunchyroll is not treating their voice actors very well.
So let's talk about the way Crunchyroll treats their voice actors. All of this discourse mainly took place over on Twitter about a week and a half ago. And it was actually my mutual 2D simp who DM'd me here on TikTok to ask me about what was going on and my opinions about it. If you want the full story, definitely watch the video that I stitched. But to make things short, Crunchyroll doesn't pay their voice actors very well. And they're also preventing them from unionizing as well in order to get better benefits and much better pay. This is not the first time I've talked about unions in the manga or anime space. Earlier this year, I talked about the United Workers of Seven Seas, which became the first recognized union in the North America manga publishing world. And to put things into perspective, let's take a look at Jujutsu Kaisen, which became one of the top grossing anime films of all time. The film grossed $170 million US. And here we have the voice actress for Rika, Anai.
Whoa, what did I do?
Wait, isn't Crunchyroll just a streaming service and not a company?
Wait, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do?
Crunchyroll is not treating their voice actors very well.
So let's talk about the way Crunchyroll first recognized union in the North America manga.
What was the
email? Actress for Rika.
was a movie that made over $100 million, and she was paid $150 total. This is exactly what I'm talking about, but getting to see the number with no residuals is like, that's so fucking disgusting. That's like the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. Who does that money go to? Who is the money going towards? Is it just going to Crunchyroll? I doubt it. That's crazy. It must. But like, who is it going to? What the fuck?
Anayiris Quiñones earning $150 for her role.
Crunchyroll is not treating their...
What was this?
Wait, isn't Crunchyroll just a streaming service and not a company that makes manga and anime? Oh no, they're not just a streaming service. As they described at San Diego Comic-Con, they want you to think of Crunchyroll whenever you think about anime and also manga. This is just from Wikipedia, so take it for what it is.
I have never thought about Crunchyroll when I think about manga. I don't know what their contribution is to manga, but I've only ever considered their anime contribution because their app. Have you guys ever seen their app? I literally have it downloaded because I was thinking like, oh, maybe it's worth it. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. And it's like, why? Bookwalker. I think of Bookwalker. Bookwalker has a very good hold on the fucking game. Bookwalker is the monopoly so far. Look at this app. It hasn't been updated since like the iPhone 4, maybe the iPhone 5. It honestly is giving iPhone 5. You know what iPhone we're on right now? iPhone 13. This app is disgusting. I wish it was loading. This app is disgusting. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Why would I ever use this thing? I've never used it for literally anything. I hate that you have to log in order to use stuff. And I would never use it. I also bought something from the Crunchyroll store back in fucking August. It's January. I don't know where that thing is. It was like some sort of Anya ramen holder. Haven't seen it. Let's fucking look. Let's motherfucking look for this thing. Because that's, honest to God, something I should have complained about sooner. But again, I spend money like it's fucking water, so.
It is an entertainment company with a subscription service, which a lot of you are familiar with, but they also specialize in the dubbing, distribution, and the production of anime series. And the company is owned by Sony and Aniplex in Japan. That's where they get the big money from. And what have they done with that big money? Well, they're buying other companies and just making the Crunchyroll brand even bigger. You can see they have their own studios, they have games, they also have Crunchyrolls all over the world now. And very recently, they bought up Right Stuff Anime. I made a video about this a few months ago. And this wasn't mentioned a lot in North American or English-speaking news outlets, but Crunchyroll did buy French manga publisher Kase earlier this year as well. So it's definitely heading into...
This is the thing that I ordered. This little... Oh god, you can't see. Maybe you can see Anya? Oh my god, that is like so impossible to see, but it's like the order place. And that's it. And you can't see anything, and then you just have to contact Crunchyroll about it.
Anime manga monopoly. Isn't Crunchyroll just a streaming service and not a...
She mentioned nothing when it came to manga, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. She's doing all my work for me, bitch. Oh my god. Okay. I wanted to talk about telework, but now I want to email Crunchyroll about that Anya thing. Hi. Can I have an update? This order hasn't moved. It's not been shipped in over, let's see. I ordered this back when? August 2nd, 2022. So August, September, October, November, December, January. In over, I'm just going to say 6 months. Because I want to. Can I have it for free? Can I be a Karen and ask for it for free? Oh my god. Okay, so let's transition. I'm like, okay, where are we at? Oh, we're just on vlog. Oh, I didn't realize. I wouldn't have kept watching thingies if I knew I was in vlog. My bad. Okay, but I do want to talk about telework. So far I've read up to 5 chapters, or I'm in the middle of chapter 5, and let's just read the description. Telework yotobanashi. Telework yotobanashi manga. Nokoru Mitsuhashi, a system engineer working for a black company. It doesn't mean what we think it means. I don't know what they mean for that. Has improved his quality of life by introducing teleworking. As he arranges the interior design of his room and becomes more involved with his balcony, he meets his neighbor, Natsu Izumi, a graduate student. This is the story about how one man met his future wife through teleworking and how they got married after many ups and downs. So, they start the series like, he's like, I want a desk. I want to make my life easy and work from home. I work from home. This is me working from home. He goes out on his balcony. He sees this person, and then in his mind, like in his narrator tone, he goes, this is how I met my future wife. And you're like, hello? You're just gonna throw that out there? Okay. I like this plot device. Let's keep going. It's like, there's no appeal to the story. What do we have? Future wife. Future wife? Tell me more. So eventually she's like flirting with him and he's flirting with her, and then all of a sudden she disappears. And then just now she's come back and said, oh, I was on a work trip. I was doing an excavation because I'm an archaeologist. It's really crazy. And I think they're in COVID. They've mentioned epidemic, which I'm assuming is just for like copyright reasons. Like, what if there's copyright over COVID? They can't say pandemic. I don't know. But they're all wearing masks, which I know is like the situation in Japan, is like everyone has been wearing masks until very recently, even though it's been allowed to not wear masks since like June or something. So we're at this point, and this girl is so forward. Like, she flirted with him and she was like, ugh, I love seeing you without your mask on. I love seeing your emotions on your handsome face. And then she disappeared, and he was like, where did she go? Then she knocks on his door, and she was like, I know you're in there, open up. And he's like, hi. Dude, sanpaku eyes does not mean bitch face, like resting bitch face, because literally in Sweat and Soap, the dude, the main lead in Sweat and Soap, has sanpaku eyes, and he is the sweetest little baby munchkin in the entire world, and you just want to be like, oh my god, I want to like hold you, and I want to like cuddle you and make you my baby, but then also ram the shit out of you at night. Like, he's just so cute. He's the best. He is husbando. He's so good. We love him. I can't remember his name, but he's so good. I loved Sweat and Soap when it was coming out. I was reading that shit until it dropped. I was reading that so fiercely. And then they had kids, and I was like, okay, bye! You're married. You're officially off the market. Oh my gosh. And I was... Okay, so I'm trying to read the chapter right now. Should we just read it out loud? Yeah. So I've told you everything that's happening. Okay, so it's like, ding dong. This is when she comes in and she's like, I know you're in there. Okay. Mr. Nokoru, you're home, aren't you? It's Izumi from next door. I've got some souvenirs for you, so please open up. Creak. Long time no see, Mr. Nokoru. What souvenir? Bamboo dango from Niigata. It's frozen, so let it thaw before you eat it. Were you on a trip? Oh no, I was helping a professor with the conference in a dig. I can still learn a lot from domestic expeditions, even if I'm in a different major. I'm so glad I got to get my hands dirty after so long. And he's like, I want to crawl into a hole. Oh, I haven't explained why he wants to crawl in a hole. Okay, so, previous chapter. He runs into her. And he's like, oh my god, there she is. I haven't seen you in weeks. And she's with another man. She's talking to a man. and he's in his car, and she's out of the car, and they're talking together, and he's like, she knows other men. I can't ask her out. I can't ask her out if she knows men, if she knows another man who's, like, less dead looking than I am, because he has, like, these awful bags under his eyes. And this man is, like, very cute. 10 out of 10 fuckable. The one thing I would say about, what's her name? Kinetsu Yamada, is that she draws the most fuckable men. It's such a slay. They are all such a slay. I'm gonna take that out of my mouth. Don't ask what that was. Okay. If I open my mouth now, she'll find out how oversensitive I was being. Well, thank you. See you then. Huh? Hold on. Did you need something else? You rang my intercom, didn't you? I saw you in the recording, Mr. Nokoru. Did you want something from me? Making excuses will just dig myself deeper. I was just worried about her as a neighbor, that's all. Your mailbox. This should be a justifiable reason as to why I was checking up on her. It was stuffed, filled with flyers, so I was wondering if something happened to you. I didn't have any specific reason for visiting you. Were you worried about me? Isn't that what neighbors do? Is something the matter? No, nothing. I was just thinking of how nice you are. Oh, I know. Hand me those dango for a second. Okay. And can I borrow your pen? Mr. Nokoru, do you use ResCord? Yes. I use it while playing games. ResCord is a chat application that allows chatting and screen sharing. Here, this is my tag. I don't use it for games, but I use it to chat with my research group. It's the best way to contact me. Give me a wave when you add me. Laters. It's so disgusting. How dare they? Why do I look awful? My lighting is kicking my ass. Maybe I'll turn up the... Is that better? Ugh, whatever. It's so bright. That is too bright, actually. It's kicking my ass a little too hard. Maybe like that. Yeah, I can handle that. Okay. Natsu. I love the name Natsu, but that's because of Fruit Fairy Tale. But I don't like it that much because it sounds like nasty. Okay. What's the use of knowing our contact now? Ah, hello. Are you enjoying the dongo? Bing, bing. And he's on ResCord. How did you know I'm eating them now? Huh? Lol, you were really eating them? It was just a good guess. I suppose there's nothing wrong with chatting as neighbors. And that's how chapter 5 ends. We only have 5 more chapters left. Let's see. Have you reviewed my specs? I have. Then why is item A2 missing? I don't see that in my copy. It's there for sure. The team gets the same version of the spec sheet. We're notified of any updates and obligated to review them. Have you seen this version? Please send me what you have. I just checked the latest version. Can I just shove that bit in here? That item wasn't part of the latest version. Why can't he just say I missed it? He always makes this kind of mistake, even though I keep telling him to straighten up. And then he mutes the mic and he goes... I do that all the time. An advantage of teleworking is that you can mute yourself and click your tongue loudly without them hearing. I'll fix this bit. Also, Mr. Double X said, I apologize for showing my ugly side. Unfortunately, even if your work environment improves with teleworking, the job still remains the same. I'd be able to stay up all night if I was gaming. I'm still not done. Miss Izumi must be asleep by now. I can't. I'm not sleepy, but I feel so fatigued. I'll go get a drink from the convenience store. This is shit that I don't have. You know how close my closest convenience store is? It's probably not that far, but I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Is it going to be open at 10 o'clock at night? I don't know. Let's find out. This is important for me. My closest supermarket. I just told you I live next to a bodega, but they don't even open on Sundays. And bruh, they're a family-owned place. Okay, my closest, like, commercial supermarket. Let's see. It closes at 8 p.m. Well, that's not even a commercial. This is a family-owned one. This is another bodega. I live next to another bodega that closes at 8 p.m. I live next to a better-looking bodega. They're both like, let's see, how it's like a, oh my god, I'm gonna poop myself. It's like a 13-minute walk. I don't want to walk 13 minutes to get myself a fucking snack. Probably wouldn't be that bad. I'm still not gonna go. Anyway, oh my god, my tummy hurts. I'm like farty. Okay, go back to the manga. Oh my god, that fart smelled awful. I should not be telling you this, but it was just awful. Okay. So, he goes to the supermarket. Inside, he sees Mr. Nokoru! Why are you here at this time of night? I haven't finished my report on my last expedition, so I came to get a late night snack. And you're here for all those drinks? Eating makes me sleepy, so this should keep me going till morning. Working through the night? That's rough. Seriously. Why do I have to work harder to cover someone else's ass? Yeah, it really is. I would wish I could earn a living doing what I love like you do. Even if it's a life with no answers? It's been a while since I've heard this awkward silence when speaking with someone. Miss Izumi? Did I say something out of line? I was just letting off some steam. I'm sorry if I offended you. If you don't mind, can you please tell me what I did wrong? I like how sensitive you are on the inside, even though you look so tough. Why won't this Izumi flirt with me? Oh my god, I feel like I always want to be that person. It's like, did I do something wrong? I'm sorry if I offended you. Like, sometimes I forget to do that. Sometimes I'm just, like, too stressed out that I don't even say that. But sometimes I'm like, God, I wish I said that. And I wish someone would respond with, I like how sensitive you are on the inside. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's so squishy in here. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. It's literally raining and I want to go to the supermarket and get hot Cheetos. This guy is like influencing me. I could literally walk to go get hot Cheetos. I don't know why I don't. I'm in my new era. Because it's rainy, I'm like, oh, it's finally not like too hot to where I'm fucking sweating when I go outside. But you do sweat when you go out in the rain. Because like I came back from going to the park and walking around the park and I was dripping in sweat. I was so fucking sweaty. And it wasn't raining outside. I was just dripping in sweat and then I had to shower. So the rain doesn't stop the sweat. I'm just such a sweaty person. It's like I need to marry a sweaty person. I will be marrying a sweaty person or someone that needs my warmth. Who knows what will happen? Who knows what will happen with my future? Oh my god. I love this comment though. Okay. I like how sensitive you are on the inside even though you look so tough. But you shouldn't be too hard on yourself. I didn't realize you've got a little bee in your bonnet. Sorry. It's nice that our chat helped you let off some steam. Hit me up on RC sometime, okay? Rescord. Alright. Great. As you can imagine, I don't know what she meant by like. And I'm sure it's natural for her to express fondness like that. Now, as for me, I'm really curious about what she was referring to with no answers. Although I'm sure I don't have a bee or a bonnet. I wonder what she meant like that. And just in the background, she's like, oh, it's humid. Ugh, let's cross the street together. And they're just walking all back home together. Like little cute babies. Like little cute babies coming back from preschool. I'm just like, why are you trying to get me to fall in love with both of you? Why? Why could I pick both of you? How dare you? Oh, okay. I found something nice. Something quite nice. Very nice. 500 yen LED lights are about 100 yen at the neighborhood recycling shop. But for just 600 yen, I was able to get a battered lantern that indicates someone was camping just moments ago in an unexplored area but is now nowhere to be found. I could just show it to you. It's really cute. It's like a cute little, like, Indiana Jones lantern. God, I wish this shit would focus. That's better. Okay. Lately it's been getting cooler, so it might be nice to work on the balcony. If I shade it with a trellis, I should be able to get more immersive experience. This is a small screwdriver. I bought one for assembling furniture when I started teleworking, and it's coming in handy. Oh, Natsu's asking if she has a screwdriver, and he's saying, I do, and she's like, I want to borrow it, can I come borrow it now? And he's like, right now? And he shows her, and she's like, so this is it? Oh, look at it, it's so cute, it's like, it's perfect, look at it. Look how perfect it is, it's so cute. You can swap the tip out to match the screw. Plus, this gets to turn clockwise and here counterclockwise, and it's spinning. Don't you use something like this during your excavations? Not at all. We just use things like small brushes and spatulas. Anyways, just so I stick this in the screw and it'll turn, right? Modern civilization is amazing. Is this bitch crazy? I should have gotten a tiny one like that. I bought like a standard size drill when I moved into this apartment, into my other apartment. And it's so big that it doesn't fit in my hardware bag, my little tool bag, and I'm just like, whatever, it's fine. I don't have to ever zip it or anything. It's heavy enough to where it's not gonna go anywhere, but it's just like bulky and inconvenient, so a small one would have been nice. My dad owns a small one, but it's from like fucking 10 billion years ago. Oh my god, I can't believe that my texts were open. I feel like you guys definitely saw some texts with some irrelevant people that I had to tell Happy New Year's to. That's so mean of me. Why the fuck did I say that? Juliana's fucking mean. Oh my god, why did I say something so mean? Does she have a filter? Oh my god, it feels like I said that on purpose. I mean, of course I said it on purpose, but like, but what I mean by that is like people that I don't talk to. Like the friend from high school, well, the acquaintance from high school who currently lives like, I don't know, in San Diego. And it's like, bitch, I'm not going to San Diego. I'm not going there. Okay. You're a really nice guy, aren't you? No one ever tells me that I'm a nice girl. I'm a very nice girl, except for that moment that I just had. But I'm a very nice girl. Why? This guy has the easy route. She's flirting with him so hard, and she's also hella sketch. Like, she's so observant, it's freaky. Okay, sorry. It's a bit cramped, but please come in. But your apartment would be the same size as mine, right? I'm simply going with the flow. I just want to give her a quick explanation on how to use it because I don't want her to get hurt by something I lent her. No ulterior motives here. Welcome to my castle. Is this really the same size as his apartment? Her apartment looks hella cramped. She's got a major bookshelf. She has a loft bed with a couch underneath it. She has some weird thing that she's currently building. And she has her desk with a laptop and then a printer and then a monitor. But yeah, this room is tiny. It's not the same size as his apartment. There's not even a kitchen that I can see. It's not cluttered. It's stuffed. It's absolutely stuffed. Holy crap. Her personality is on full display in the 7 tatami room. That's like 126 square feet. My first apartment in LA was like 200 square feet, so I definitely get that. I want you to put this bookshelf together. Align the screwdriver to the hole screw. Hold it firmly and depress the trigger. That's amazing! It went straight in! This is so... Guys, she's playing the bimbo when she's obviously very smart. I don't trust this woman. I do not trust her. Hey, Mr. Nokoru, can you put it in here too? Into this hole? And then she points at a hole in like the building thing. But that line is hella suggestive. And this person, Kimetsu Yamada, they're a horny manga writer. They write about sex. This person is making an innuendo. And I just know it. I don't trust this at all. She's such a fucking... Like, are you flirting with him or are you being creepy? Okay, and he's like, I ended up filling all the holes. Why would they translate it like that? I ended up building the shelf. Can't you just say that? That's so nasty. Why did you write it like that? More hands make the work easy. Well, I'm off. Now hold on, I must repay you. I got a Mizutaki set as a gift. No, don't mind me. I wouldn't be able to eat it alone. It'd be a problem for me if you could. We'll just need to share it. I'll bring it over to your place. Sounds good? I'd like to get your opinion on casually entering into other people's spaces. It's already so late at night. Because this bitch is horny and she wants to suck your BB. Oh my god. Is this a replay on a chapter that we've already read? It is. Wait, what was the chapter that we just read called? Okay, it was chapter 7. So now we're on 8. Wow, it's so spacious. Do we really have the same layout? Oh, but your closet's on the opposite side. Can I take a quick peek at your balcony? I want to get a good look at your garden. Wow, what's this lantern? It gives this place a real cave-like atmosphere. Oh yeah, why don't we eat out here? It'll give us a thrill of camping. You won't find any adventurers that camp out eating Mizutaki, is what I wanted to retort, but I just got swept along. Do you camp out during your excavations, Miss Izumi? Nope. I do have a tent to rest in, but I usually stay in a dorm because I have other things to do beside excavating. It's a hard job because I have to work my mind and body, but I prefer it to reading papers all day. Every time I dig into the earth, I feel as if I'm speaking to the people of the city that used to be there. It's so fun. I don't have a lot of connections, so I didn't think I'd be able to meet up with Miss Izumi aside from the guise of being neighbors. What about you? What made you turn your balcony into a garden? How can I tell an expert that my inspiration was manga? I heard that having greenery on your balcony helps lower the temperature of your apartment? Really? Those 2 big stone statues and those pictures in your apartment. You like it, don't you? Angkor Wat, I mean? What the fuck is Angkor Wat? What the fuck is Angkor Wat? I don't know what Angkor Wat is. It's a Buddhist temple in Cambodia. Cool. That was just the motif I chose. Truth be told, I don't know much about Angkor Wat. Huh. I see. I haven't actually been there yet, but after I finish my thesis and saved up some money, I'd love to make a full use of my contracts and visit. Want to try imagining it? Stone structures taken aback by nature, grand and majestic, a person looking insignificant next to them. Each stone is so large that it's easy to miss, but if you look hard enough, you'll find something new. Nice, isn't it? I'd like to go someday. I knew it. You do like it. Yes, I do like Angkor Wat. Which is not what he wanted to say. He wanted to say, I like you. But maybe he does. Maybe, because we have this motif of him traveling Cambodia and looking at anything really. And he's like, this is magic. But I just think he likes her. I just think she likes him too. I just wish they would say it. But maybe by chapter 10. We finished eating the mizutaki without further ado. Nothing else interesting happened. Except she had one more request from me. You've got a lot of manga. Which one would you recommend? And since then, she's been borrowing bits of my collection every week. She said that since she spends her weekdays buried in papers, manga and movies on weekends is a nice change of pace for her. Here's this week's batch. Thanks. Hold out your hand. This is today's gift. It's a massage stone. Cute, isn't it? It's really good if you warm it up and press it to your neck. Was it expensive? Not at all. It's just a spare I have on hand. You can give it to someone else if it's not your thing. See ya. This reminds me of a picture book I read when I was a kid. Before we move on, let's show the little massage stone. It kind of looks like those robots that you used to get at Kohl's that like massage your back. It looks like a pee-pee. There we go. It does look like a pee-pee.
Hi, Emma. I have my little kitty cat sitting next to me. Hi, Emma. Emma, Emma, Emma. Emma. Emma, Emma, Emma.
She went into the bathtub. I can feel the wet water on her tongue, on her tail. You wanna go? Bye-bye. Oh, are you gonna stay? Okay. This reminds me of a picture book I read when I was a kid. It was a story about two neighbors that kept exchanging gifts and it ended up with them moving in together. In actual fact, her gifts had already started changing my lifestyles. Burdock chips are perfect for snacking on while teleworking. The bamboo dango really fills you up, and the red bean filling has the right amount of sugar to recharge your brain. And when I looked into this massage stone, apparently it can hold heat for up to 10 minutes after warming it up for just a few seconds. She's also an expert at handling desk work. It should be no surprise considering how packed her bookshelves were. She comes to borrow books every Saturday night. My whole collection should last about 3 months. That's better than sex. That's better than any sex you could ask for. A manga collection that's so good that it can last up to 3 months. I have literally never had that happen. And I read manga every single day. But I am excavating for new series all the fucking time. You know how exhausting it is to find a new fucking series? I've had to resort to Instagram. Like, I never have used Instagram for searching anything. And now I use it to find all of my new manga. Because it's so hard to find new manga. He's giving you the opportunity to read 3 months worth of manga that you've never read before. That's all good. Because he curated it to his taste. That's better than sex. I'm actually angry about it. That is fucking crazy. Also, this stone seems cool. Now I want it. This is a great marketing skill. This is marketing. This is great. Kimetsu Yaiba. What's her name? Kimetsu Yamada. She's a branding genius. She's a branding Jesus. Sorry. It was interesting. I feel satisfied after finishing all 74 volumes. Are you actually a graduate student? I tried to go slow, but I just couldn't stop myself near the ending. She exceeded my expectations. She got through all of it in just 2 months. All the 9 countries are based on real ruins and World Heritage Sites. Petra, Pompeii, Venice. Oh, I don't know this one. Fenghuang, ancient town Cappadocia. Is this where you discovered your love for Angkor Wat? The first and last country. Both these lands tied to the hero's fate are based on Angkor. That's right. You got it. I knew it. I wonder if this author loves traveling. I enjoyed seeing what I saw in photos and papers come to life. Today's gift is a new flavor of burdock chips. Sancho with the pretty strong kick. Thanks as always. See ya, it's been fun. Later. Is that all? She's like, yes. I thought that my collection would keep her coming back. Your book collection. Can you show them to me? The pictures and papers that the 9 countries are based off of? It was a long shot. I'm probably going to make a fool of myself. But I was fine taking that chance even if I got rejected. Guess what her response was, guys? He's looking even less tired. Her response was, sure thing. She's so pretty. In fact, she looks like me. I'm kidding. Our eyebrows are completely different. But other than that, we're the same person. I'm kidding. I'm not an archaeologist. But this is awesome. This is awesome. Look at my hair. Maybe I should marry an archaeologist. Is this a sign? If I'm an artist, should I marry an archaeologist? He's not an artist. He's like some engineer. I don't know. I'm just being stupid. Okay. Anyway. I think this book and this one have lots of Angkor Wat pictures. Are you fine with graphic pictures? What's a graphic picture? Like hand-drawn or what? Yeah, that's fine. Then take indigenous faith from around the world too. It's seriously like a manga. And if you think that's too troublesome to lug around those books, you can use that sofa chair over there. I've got a few things to do, so don't mind me and make yourself at home. She's asking me to stay? Is coffee fine with you? Yeah. You don't have to trouble yourself. A lot of thought has been put into this personal space. There's a light switch on your right. Wait. There's a light switch on your right. Fucking shit. This is great. This is great. Here's your coffee. Thank you very much. This feels so extravagant. It's wasted on me. I'm happy you like it. Call out if you need anything. The smell of the loft's bed wood, coffee, and interesting books. Dust motes blazing in the lights. The sound of her typing. It's such an indulgent and relaxing environment. Mr. Nokoru, do you have work tomorrow? And he's asleep. Wait. I don't have a creaking noise. I don't have like a stockpile of sounds. I actually do, but I don't have one on hand. Creak. Oh, you're up? Hold still. What's going on? I just wanted to turn off the light because you were asleep. Oh, sorry. You were so shocked. Did you think I was going to assault you? Are you telling me that crossed your mind? Crossed my mind. Huh. Kiss. That's so fucked up. It's not fucked up. It's not fucked up. It's just like a lot. Oh my gosh. Ah, not bad. Well then, I'll give it a shot. What does that mean? What is that? I'll give assault a shot? What the fuck? What do you mean, well then? I know I said I didn't mind being rejected, but I didn't think anyone would have predicted such an explosive twist. Oh my god. And that was chapter 10. See, this shit is like clockwork. I knew it. I knew it. It's always chapter 10, beware. Beware of chapter 10. I feel like I always, like, am looking through random manga, and there's one of those that's like, the slow burn is too slow, and then you go to like chapter 75 and all of a sudden they're fucking dating and making out, and you're like, oh wow, I've hit jack point and I've like only skipped it by like 2 chapters. I'm a king. Cause like, I can figure this out. And then you just go back 2 chapters and all of a sudden it's like, I love you, Yumiko! Oh my god. Now I want to transition because this story's over. There's also another one. There's Kasane and Subaru. And this one came out recently too. This has been published. First chapter came out in August, and the last time it was published was November. This one, it says, both of them are straightforward people. Once they meet, they quickly get to know each other better. A heartwarming romantic comedy that begins with a certain accident. Shibara Kasame, a graphics designer at a toy design and development company, is troubled. Her troubles started when she grabbed her colleague Enokita Subaru's ass by accident. This is what I mean when I say that Kinetsu Yamada is sexy. Kasane was intrigued by how similar Enokita's ass and her favorite childhood character felt. How can you feel someone that isn't real? At the same time, Kasane felt guilty because Enokita might have been uncomfortable. Enokita said, I don't mind. That had a pained and frightened expression. Kasane was overcome by the urge to apologize profusely. And on the other hand, it looks like Enokita is hiding something. Is he a horny boy? Is she a horny girl? Who's who? I don't know. Let's read it. They look great. Look how cute they are. They're both so cute. And this is exactly what I mean. Sanpakta eyes. Sanpakto. Look how cute they are. They're so cute. So cute. I'm still not sure why I reached my hand up back then, but I do remember my hands miraculously being a perfect fit for Enokita-san's butt. Okay, so the girl did touch the guy's butt. That's what I thought. Shibata-san, are you alright? He's like, pinned her down to the floor, and she's fainted, and he's like, are you okay? She's like, yes, I'm perfectly fine. Ooh, she lives. That's a relief. Sorry about all the fuss. No worries, it's all good. The toys are fine. You two are fine. That's good enough for me. Sorry for the late introduction. Our company is Mazel House KK. It's a small company that does designs and development of children's toys. Every year, it's tradition in our company to have a display ceremony where we display the favorite toy we worked on. This year it was Enokita-san's turn, who joined us in spring as a mid-career hire. He fell off the stepladder and I was right under him. That's the current summary of the situation. And yet this soft feeling lingers in my hands. I remember remembered. Yes. When I was little, I was taken to a heroes show in a department store. She sees like some stuffed dinosaur. She grabs its head and it's like made out of like silicone, and honestly it looks like grabbing a titty. And she's like, "It's Silbelgun!" What about that small fried monster from Kaio's God Ryugu Rangers? Shibata-san, I knew it. You hit your head. You need to get yourself checked out. I'll take you to a hospital. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. And my name is Shibata Kasane. I'm a graphic designer, and Silbelgan is a monster that crossed between the beluga whale and a hedgehog. Its head was so squishy and cute, and I loved it. I felt exactly the same. Silbelgan's head and Enokita's ass. Hold on. Isn't this sexual harassment? I lost control of myself and gave it a good squeeze. I wonder if he noticed I did that. Does he think I'm a creep? We haven't really spoken, so I don't really know what he's like. She's like, wait, why am I drooling? I shouldn't be dreaming about grabbing a man's ass. Worldly desires be gone. I need to concentrate on my work. The muscular mince big brother, the smooth cream third son, the free-spirited second son is packed with potatoes. Croc, croc, they're the Croquet brothers. Hey! This is weird. It's like some random dude with a blonde haircut who's like a little bit bigger and he's got a cute little butt. And she's like, "Hey, Mori-chin. What's up? Is something wrong with me?" Huh? You just noticed? What do you mean I just noticed? That's not it. Am I acting the same way I usually do? Is there anything strange about me today? Not really. Did you reincarnate or something? Don't tell me you actually hit your head back there. No, I didn't. Say, can I touch your ass? What? You had your eye on me? No, it's not like that. But you're not wrong either. I see. So you can't get Enokita-san's ass out of your head. Pretty much. I'm not entirely sure if it's just his ass I'm reacting to or any other man's ass would do. So I want to determine which is it. And you'll be satisfied once you know? No. Once I know, I'll go apologize. I wouldn't want him to be uncomfortable about it. And Okita-san, on the other hand, isn't probably this bothered, though. Well then, I can't leave my coworker on a lurch. You can be the first person to have my ass. That's amazing. Is he gay? If he's not, can I have him? Can I have Mori-chin? He's so cute. He's like a cute little like hamster. Look at this picture. If you can. Look at that little booty. Look at the little booty. Booty. You can be the first person to have my ass. Oh my god, that is so cute. She's like, Mori-chin. Thanks. I'll treat you to whatever you like. Here I go. She goes palm first. She goes palm first into the booties. Imagine going palm first on a pair of tits. That's crazy. Well, how's my ass? Doesn't feel quite right. She's starting to grope it. Not right, of course it isn't. My ass isn't mine alone. You didn't have to flatter me, but you could have used some backhand compliment like, I've never touched an ass like this before. And all of a sudden, what's his name? Kasane? Or Subaru walks in. Subaru walks into her groping his ass. And he's like, and she's like, please wait. That's not what it looks like. This is a practical experiment, a site test sort of thing. I was just getting Nishimori to give me a hand. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But there is something I'd like to speak with you about. Well, sorry, I have a meeting to get to. Can you wait till it's over? Sorry to put you off like this. Then after business hours is fine with me. Sounds good. See you later. Sorry, Mori-chan, I haven't cleared up the misunderstanding. Oh my god, my throat died. Ooh. Ew. 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 Ouchie. Ew. Oh, Master Baker. Cool. I never get notifications for cutie stuff. Sorry to keep you waiting. Good work today. Sorry to bother you. It's no problem. How are you feeling after that? After what? That fall. Weren't you hurt anywhere? Oh, I'm totally fine. I'm fit as a fiddle. Damn. I was thinking so much about his ass that I completely forgot about the accident. That's great. I would have felt terrible if I had ruined the ceremony. Everyone at Mazel House is so warm and welcoming. Is that so? And then there's their president, who's named Shimabara Tsutomu, who's 49. The ceremony isn't that important. Don't worry about it. When the president encouraged me personally, it surprised me a bit. My previous company was kind of a black company, so the culture got ingrained. What the fuck does that mean? We've read that twice. It was kind of a black company. What does that mean? He's like, I'm glad I changed jobs. What the fuck does a black company mean in Japan context? I don't know what that means. I've never heard that before. Sorry, I'm trying to like close all of my tabs. I've got too many open. Black company. I can't even spell black. Black company, Japan. A black company, also referred to in English as a black corporation or black business, is a Japanese term for an exploitative sweatshop type employment system. Interesting. I heard that's pretty common though. Huh. Well, I mean, not that it's okay that it's common, but yeah, I hear about that stuff a lot. I'm glad I changed jobs. You used to work at a large game company, right? Aren't you taking a pay cut to work here? I'm getting paid enough now. Even if you have money, if we don't have the time to enjoy that money, there's really no point. So what did you want to talk about? Oh, right. What I wanted to tell you was that during the ceremony, I got a handful of your ass. My ass? When you fell, my hand just so happened to be in the way of your butt. It felt really soft and it brought back memories of my childhood. But then it occurred to me that it might have been sexual harassment, so I felt that I owed you an apology if I made you uncomfortable. So I didn't even notice. I never realized you grabbed it. It's no big deal. I think it's great how considerate you are. I need to make the express. I'll be off. And Okita-san. Why is he in such a hurry? And he had such a fearful expression. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. Why was he so scared? She was apologizing. Oh my god. Did people bully him for having a good ass? If people bully him for having a thick and juicy ass? Oh my god, I'm so curious. What do I do? Oh my god, my cat, you're so small. Pepper's like, don't look at me while I'm drinking water, you freak. What do I do? This is bad. If I get found out, I'll need to quit for sure. Why? Why? I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. What is this? This is crazy. And Okita-san isn't in yet. Mori-chan, good morning. Yo, I have something to apologize for. I still haven't managed to clear things up with Okita-san about yesterday. Huh? Didn't you tell me you'd be able to sort it out if you spoke with him? We did talk, but Okita-san got very upset and ran home while holding on to his butt. He told me that it was nothing, but his face told a different story. That's an odd reaction. I've never seen Okita-san get upset before. Maybe he's just trying to avoid conflict. If he told you it was nothing, then why don't you just drop it? Well, should I drop it? Okita Subaru-san is a 3D modeler who joined us in April. He's skilled and good with people. The president was in tears because a small company like ours didn't deserve someone like him. Slide. Okita-san! Ah! Shibata-san? Can I help you? I'm very sorry for yesterday. I've done something that made you so uncomfortable that now you're scared of me. I think I've done something unforgivable. I know you don't want to cause trouble, but you don't have to bottle up your feelings. It doesn't matter that you're just a new hire. I'm the one that's been disrespectful, so please get angry at me if you want. There's nothing for me to be angry about. You didn't do anything wrong. Then why did you look so scared yesterday? That's because... Ah, there you are, Shima-san. It's time for a meeting. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be right there. Let's pick this up sometime later. I wonder how much she knows. From the way she spoke, I don't think she's figured it out yet. She's felt so guilty because of how suspiciously I acted. Jingle jingle. At a tea house called Tea House Koharu. Hello. Hello, have a seat. Let me say this again. You really didn't do anything wrong, Shibata-san. You kept apologizing to me for grabbing my butt, but I hadn't even noticed that you did. Considering the circumstances, it was just an accident. You really didn't notice it? I recall getting a good feel in with all my fingers. I just thought you were trying to get a good grip, so I didn't care. I see. Well, that's good. But I wanted to tell you another thing. I was also grabbing Nishimori's ass yesterday, but he's completely blameless. But blameless? After I touched your ass, I was worried that I was going astray, so with Nishimori-kun's agreement, I grabbed his ass to validate my new insight. The result was that I wasn't taken by Nishimori's ass. So I'm not just fine with any old ass. I just concluded that your ass was outstandingly soft. What? Was it really that soft? It was! It felt exactly like Siebelgon's head. Have you ever touched his head? No, I haven't. Oh, if I were to describe it, it's the same springy feeling as mochi. The resistance of that springiness against your hands just makes you want to keep groping it. What do you do to make your butt feel like that? Well, the main thing is just using a mask. A mask for your ass? Why did he admit to that? What does he use, like a face? If they know that I'm using Botox on my asshole, they're gonna fire me. Like, what are we expecting to find out? Look at little Emmy. Look at Emma. She's so cute. I'm sad it's so dark already. I said I was going to the supermarket, but am I? It's a little too dark. I don't want to go out in the dark, but I might. Well, what the hell am I going on about? I can't talk my way out of saying that I use masks on my ass. Are you a parts model by chance? How can I spin this? But masks are just a hobby of mine. That doesn't justify anything, and it's only gonna get her creeped out. Sorry, I was just messing with you. That'll work, but she'll go back to wondering why I ran off holding my ass. I'm not a parts model, but it was just on a whim. I happened to read about it and got a little curious. Is that really all? How do you use those masks? Can my butt be like yours if I try it once? Do you want a soft butt, Shibata-san? Not exactly. I just thought that being able to grope something like that when I'm feeling down would be great. If I could use my own ass for it, then I wouldn't trouble anyone else. You're a strange person, Shibata-san. I'm sorry for saying mean things, or weird things. I mean, don't you think it's weird for a man to use butt masks on his ass? Not at all. Even if it just started as a curiosity, you put effort into it and it turned out great. Not everyone would do that. I think it's wonderful. I only started using masks on my butt recently. My real hobby is something else. I have neighbors, but I'm so excited. Oh my god, he's into drag. He's into drag. He's into drag. He's a drag queen. He's into drag. He's into cosplay. Maybe not drag, but he's into cosplay. He's into cosplay. Or maybe he's into, like, cross-dressing. Maybe that's the right word. I don't know why I keep using different words. But I'm pretty... There's too many words for cross-dressing. Look at him, he's so cute. You don't even know what he looks like, but that's what he looks like. Okay, that's what he looks like, and that's him as a little lady. He's a little cross-dressing hoe. He's a little cross-dressing hoe. That's so exciting. Okay. Do I like that lighting better? I actually do. I want a little more. Cute. Okay. Fun. Okay, great. He's a cross-dresser. Well, that's me. What? That's amazing! You're so lovely! Thank you very much. You really look like a woman. Did you do your own makeup? I used a video as reference. I'm still new to this. I see. And you still managed to look so beautiful. You can kind of see your features peeking through. I never expected that I'd get praised so much by a woman. No way. Anyone would compliment someone this beautiful. The world isn't as accepting as you think. You can cover up flaws in a photo. The real thing isn't as beautiful. If you saw me in person, I think you'd recoil. I'm over 180 centimeters tall and bony. I have a man's build. Can I see in person? That's out of the question. I only cross-dress in my own home. I mean, I've never told anyone about this hobby before. That means I'm the first person you've told. Why would you tell me something so important? I wonder why. Confiding in a coworker is the riskiest move I could make. But I guess it just felt like I could open up to you. If the worst came to pass, I'd just change jobs again. But the president would cry if you did that. Well, when you've changed jobs once, you become adaptable. But anyway, after that, Okita-san told me all about his hobby. He started cross-dressing about a year ago. The overtime was rough on him. He tried on a wig he found among the year-end party props in the storage unit used to distress. Even though he thought he was strange, he still felt comfortable cross-dressing. Any thoughts of self-loathing vanished from his mind. When I listened to him talk, I thought to myself, well, thank goodness he managed to change jobs. And the reason why he ran away grabbing his ass was, yesterday I was wearing an underwear that didn't have much fabric, so I got a bit flustered when I thought I was busted. Was he wearing women's panties? I don't even wear women's panties. This man is more feminine than I am. I'm sad. We have to go. If anything, the solution is we must go shopping together. That is the solution. What if he said, like, I have enough panties, I don't need any more? I'd be like, no! We must compete. I must wear the panties that you wear. We must be matching. That would be my response. I want to match. I would love to match. I match with my mom. I don't even know what panties my friends wear. I've never even considered it. That would be fun, though. Fun for who? I don't know. Fun for me. Fun for me. Would it be fun for my friends? I bet it would be. My friends aren't prudes. Friends are cool. Sorry. I wanted to make this clear, so please trust me on this. I don't cross-dress because of some weird sexual fetish. I instantly thought that. Not of him, but I thought of something weird and sexual the moment he said that he was wearing panties. And I was like, if I ever met a guy that wore panties to work, that sounds like it would be hot. But don't judge people's kinks. That does sound hot. But I mean, who am I imagining it on? I'm imagining it on him, really. But like, yeah, I don't have a person in mind. I'm not going to create a person in mind. That's a little bit too much. But the concept seems cute. If I ever had a boyfriend and he did that, I would ask him if he's comfortable first and foremost. Because I think I'm too, like, blinded by reality of, like, sexy panties are usually not that comfortable. Which is why I don't wear them. I wear comfy underwear. Cotton underwear. So, yeah, boxers too. Like, when I see, like, men's boxers, I'm like, these don't look comfortable. Like, they're made out of something that isn't cotton usually. Like, the prints are dramatic and crazy. Like, they seem like they get soggy. Like, I just haven't seen very good boxers. I would want my partner to normally wear cotton underwear. I wouldn't really think about anything other than that. Me, I just wear, like, the most exciting color I wear is pink. But it's like, I have a pink, a nude, a black, and a white. So I have really boring underwear. Yeah, I'm really boring. I probably don't have the, like, stamina to keep up wearing cute panties. So, he didn't even say that they were cute. He just said that they were underwear that didn't have much fabric. But I'm gonna assume that they were, like, cute Japanese style panties. But maybe I'm wrong. Anyway. He was talking about how it's not a weird sexual fetish, and he said, still, I know I might come across as a pervert, but I'll never tarnish the company's name, so please keep this between the two of us. Of course I'll keep a secret, but after listening to Enokita's story, at no point did I ever think he was strange. I mean, it felt magical. I think it's amazing how he managed to become that beautiful without a stick or a belt. Oh, like a magical girl wand, or like a Power Ranger belt. Above all, he looked so happy when he was talking about cross-dressing. I want to talk to him more. I'm home! Welcome home, you're late. This is her roommate, whose name is Domori-ren. And she's blonde, and she has a little bob, and she's cute. She has another roommate whose name is Yuki Nadeshko. And she's tapping on her phone, I think. I was having dinner with a colleague. You're in high spirits, Kasane-san. You looked so depressed yesterday. Did something good happen? I promised Enokita-san I wouldn't tell anyone at the company, but I should probably still keep this to myself. I sorted out a problem I had yesterday. I actually had dinner with a colleague I had a problem with. We managed to talk it out all properly, so that's probably why I'm in an unusually good mood. Can I use the bath? Yeah, go ahead. Alright, I'm heading in. If I recall correctly, that colleague was a man, right? I love that. I love... Does anyone do this? No one does that. No, I've never seen anyone in real life go, and they should. And they should. Flop on their part. Flop on their part. Japan literally gave us a beautiful moment, and we didn't take it and run with it. We said, I've never heard of that before. When you absolutely have, and if you hadn't, you're lying to yourself. When you see Renee, what's her name? Renge from Warren High School Host Club, and she goes, and the like stage that she's on is circling, and she's just rotating, going, Everyone knows what that show is, and everyone knows what that moment is, and if you don't, then you're lying. I'm kidding. Next day. Shibata-san, good morning. And Okita-san, good morning. So you also bike to work, huh? I sure do. It feels great on a beautiful day like this. I spend the whole day sitting, so it makes up for my lack of exercise. I see. I should try that too. Good morning. Mori-chan, morning. Morning. I heard from Shibata-san that you're completely innocent. Innocent? That incident in the front of the elevator the day before yesterday. Oh, when Shibata defiled me. Oh, thank goodness. You happened to pass by an Okita-san. I couldn't resist Shibata when she forced herself on me. Lies! We had an agreement, didn't we? I promised to treat you. See? She's a woman who'll ask for your ass in exchange for a meal. Oh, wait, no. Wrong person. See? She's a woman who'll ask for your ass in exchange for a meal. You better watch out, Okita-san. Will do. Don't trust him. I'm not like that. Oh, that's right. Normally, I don't interact with Okita-san. I can't speak to him about cross-dressing at work. I wonder if I'd bother him if I asked him out to dinner again. I'll just try to ask him to lunch. Lunchtime. Let's have a team lunch. The end. It's difficult finding an opportunity to speak with him. Well, I mean, we are here for work. As she's eating gyudon alone. I'm feeling kind of depressed now. I guess I'll try playing the gotcha at the station on the way back. Rain? But it was so sunny this morning. Oh, today sucks. Getting my sneakers wet sucks. Better check if there's any umbrellas at the office. Shibata, what's the matter? Did you forget something? And Okita-san looks kind of beautiful. I forgot my umbrella. Well, it'll be difficult to run home in this downpour. Huh? Didn't you bike to work today? Yeah, I did. I checked the forecast, but I didn't realize it'd be coming down this hard. This is my chance. I need to ask him out somewhere. But where can I ask him out to? We'll need an umbrella to walk through this rain. The rain is quite heavy, but even the convenience store is a short walk away. Ugh! Why did I forget my umbrella? Someone give me one. It's small because it's a folding umbrella, but if you don't mind, I can take you to the station. This is awkward. This is so awkward. Look at them. Look at them. she does these great silhouette full body shots. Like, this is beautiful composition. It looks beautiful. Ugh, I love that. That is such a good shot. Are you getting wet, Shibata-san? Huh, I'm just fine. Great. Sorry for the tight squeeze. And Okita, your shoulder's soaked. Use this towel. I'm fine. It's just a little water. Don't say that. At least use this towel. All right, then. I'll take you up on that. It'll fall off. I'm so sorry. I didn't have any impure motives. Impure? Well, I mean, Ishimori-kun basically said I was thirsty this morning. I didn't want you to get the wrong idea. Don't worry, I don't think you're like that. You're really, how do I put this? You're a worrywart. My roommates also tell me that I worry too much. I see. That I see was agreeing with them. My roommates, are you living with some friends? Yeah, I live with 2 girlfriends I used to attend university with. That sounds nice. I live alone, so I admire that kind of lifestyle. Huh, so you're really home alone when you cross-dress. Sorry for suddenly bringing that up. Oh, it's totally fine. I do everything myself. Buying clothes online, wearing them, putting on makeup. I'm satisfied with just taking a selfie. But you look so beautiful. What a waste. Thank you very much. To tell you the truth, there is one place I'd really like to go. I've actually uploaded some of my cross-dressing selfies to social media on a private account. One of my followers runs a cross-dressing salon. I buy clothes from his online store, too. He even lets you try them on in store. He'll even teach you how to do makeup. I admire him. I'd like to visit that salon just one day to meet him in person, but I just can't bring myself to cross-dress at a salon and then go home like that. I feel guilty taking off my makeup after he's done it. But of course you can. Let's go together. If you feel anxious, then I'll accompany you there and back as many times as you want. I want to get a good look at you cross-dressing, Okita-san. Guys, we are taking forever to read this. When we're done, we're done. I know I said I had homework, but no, we're sorry. This is just too much on the schedule. The day has come. I get to see Okita-san cross-dressing. I hope I'm not weirdly dressed. Shibata-san! And Okita-san, are you wearing contacts? Yeah, because my glasses aren't so fashionable. Do I look weird? It's a fresh new look. I think you look great. Aw, thanks. And you braided your bangs too. I think it looks super cute. What? It does? Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. That was really girlish of me, and I'm not even cross-dressing yet. So, when you cross-dress, you become more feminine? Yes, usually. I have to flick a switch, but today... Ugh. And Okita-san! Oh, I can't do this. The combined challenges of meeting Masamune and cross-dressing in public are giving me an ulcer. Are you alright? Can we at least pass up cross-dressing today? Don't say that. Do you realize you're going through all this trouble to get the person you admire to dress you up? It'll be a waste if you just take it off right after. I'll do all I can to support you, so let's have fun. Shibata-san. Thank you very much. Oh. No prob, you can count on me. I have a unique chance to see him cross-dress. I need to take the lead today. Oh my god, my cats are fighting. And by fighting, I mean they're chasing each other. Oh, this is beautiful. There's like beautiful Lolita dresses that are so moe and cute. And, ugh, so girly. There's so many cute dresses here. Hi, Okita. I have an appointment with Masamune at 1 for a makeup course. Is this Masamune-san the person you admire? Yes. I've been in touch with him over social media, but this will be the first time I'm meeting him. Is Masamune his handle? I wonder what sort of person he is. He's so cute. Look at him, he's so cute. He's a little girl. He's a little girl. She's so cute. Subaru-kun? Yes, I'm Subaru. Oh, I'm so happy. I never thought we'd meet. You really are tall. No wonder you have trouble finding clothes. I'm happy too. Thank you for all your help and the advice you've given me. This person is Masamune-san? He's really cute, but his voice is so low. At first glance, it's hard to believe, but he's really a man. This is Shibata-san. She accompanied me today. Nice to meet you. I'm Masamune. Nice to meet you. I'm Masamune. I'm the owner of this cross-dressing salon, Veil. Nice to meet you. I'm Shibata. She's my colleague. What? You came out with a colleague? You must like living on the edge. So, coming out is a really big deal. Do you feel like matching today? Oh, I'm just here to accompany him. I'm only gonna watch, so don't mind me. Alrighty, then please... Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you? Hello? Are you gonna say something? Miss... Oh. It's fine. Emma's right there, just watching it all happen like... What's up, punk? That's crazy. That's crazy. You're crazy. What is wrong with her? Pepper, what's wrong with you? Holy shit, my cats are freaking out. Okay. Let's go back. Alrighty then. Please follow me to a private room. Oh, and sorry, one more thing. Other cross-dressers also come into the store to buy clothes. Some of them don't want women to see them when they aren't cross-dressing, so I'd appreciate it if you try not to look at my other customers. Can you please do that for me? He's so beautiful, he's got me pinned to the spot. I wonder if Enokita-san will be as beautiful as him after putting on makeup. Well, let's begin. Would you prefer if I did your makeup standing to the side like this, or face to face? Face to face? Face to face? Sorry. I'd be too nervous to say anything if you were right in front of me. Oh, well, face to face it is then. Are you teasing me? You act exactly like your online persona. It's adorable. Have you been having trouble with your makeup lately? Well, yeah, I've actually been having trouble getting the skin color right. I think it's because I'm choosing the wrong color, and it's bland and doesn't look good in photos. It's kind of hard to go into a store to test them, isn't it? Your skin is really pretty. How do you care for it? I just moisturize after washing. It's just like a pair of normal women talking about makeup. He knows even more than me. Apparently she just slaps it on. I don't even know what slaps what on. I don't know. More importantly, Enokita-san is enjoying himself. He's meeting someone he admires. Of course he'd be happy. Can I take a commemorative video of this makeup session? I see. Good idea. I don't mind at all. What about you? A video? You're finally getting the person you admire to do your makeup, so I thought it'd be helpful if you had something to refer to. What sort of dress do you plan on wearing today? A checkered one piece. Are you going somewhere in that one piece? To a pancake parlor Shibata found. Wow. Nice. I'm sure you'll look fantastic, so send me a picture later. Anonymize yourself and I'll share it with my account. No way, no how. Not a damn chance. Did he just sound more masculine than usual? He's usually so soft-spoken. I wonder if it's because they know each other so well. This is a new side of him I've never seen. Subara-chan is done. He looks the exact fucking same as, like, the photo that we saw, so nothing profound. Nothing too crazy. So cute! Amazing, you look great, Anokita-san. Thank you very much. My photos look better, don't they? Not at all. Instead of being gangly, you look like a tall model. You look way better than your photos. Thank you very much. Thank you for everything today, Masamune-san. Come again, enjoy your pancakes. Shibata-san, if you don't mind, do visit my social media. Thank you very much. I'll give you a follow. See ya. Today will be the first day Subara-chan will be going out. I wonder if he'll be alright. The pancake parlor should be about 10 minutes away. Okay. The decorations there are really stylish, too. Fuck bitches. Oh god. Is that a guy? She's huge. Everyone is looking at Anokita-san. I'm sorry. Huh? I'm fine. It doesn't bother me at all. Maybe they're just admiring you. We look like a couple of women at first glance. It'll be fine. I'm right here with you. Yeah, only about 2 or 3 people noticed. And most people didn't. So we'll be totally fine. But I'm a little surprised. On the way to the salon, not a single person paid us any mind. Some random fucking teenager takes his phone out and takes a picture of him. And he goes and covers her face. Well, he covers both of their faces and he whispers, "Sorry, let's take the alleys." I'm sorry, Shibata-san. Let's end this here for today. I don't mind being conspicuous, but I can't stand the thought of you getting weird looks as well. Let's go get pancakes another day. And she's incredibly flushed, and he's like, Shibata-san? Oh my god, she's so flushed. I wonder what she's thinking. Ha! I don't feel uncomfortable at all. I should be apologizing. Instead, I said I would be your support, but I wasn't doing enough. I don't want you to give up yet. Is there anything more I can do to make things right? Well, thank you very much, but it's probably because I'm not courageous enough. I didn't have the courage to stand tall and brush it off when people were staring and pointing cameras at me. Well, yeah, it surprised me. We certainly attracted more attention than I expected. But to even need courage to just go out on a single outing, don't you find that strange? You were just walking, nicely dressed with your makeup done. That's all you were doing. Well, you're like a cheerleader. But even you thought I was unusual at first, right? So the reactions I've gotten today aren't odd in the least. What comes next is up to me. So Shibata-san, thank you for accompanying me today. It's too bad it ended like this, but I'm really happy I got to visit the salon and walk around a bit while cross-dressing. I'll keep working on my confidence, so let's go out again one day to get pancakes. Sure, I'll definitely come. Tomorrow's Flammable Garbage Day. This is, what's her name? Shibata? This is Shibata-san back at her apartment with her roommates, and her roommates are throwing away garbage together. Tomorrow's Flammable Garbage Day. Taking it out already? Hey, you two. I'll take out the trash, so could you please listen to what I have to say? This is unusual. You're so formal all of a sudden. What did you want to talk about? About the depths of one's heart. Depths? Today, I went out with an acquaintance to Shibuya. We were on a mission to dress nicely and have some pancakes. Is that acquaintance a man or a woman? A man. A man. A man. Is it that coworker she told me she made up with? She's thinking this. And then the other roommate's like, so it was a date? Well, I wouldn't call it a date, but my heart was pounding. Wow! Love talk, it's been such a long time. But she doesn't look too happy about it. Well, that's because it was inappropriate for me to feel that way. Well, why? Does he have a girlfriend? He likes to cross-dress. He usually dresses like a normal man, it's just that he's super pretty when he cross-dresses. He had never gone out while cross-dressed before, so I thought he would feel reassured having a woman with him, and made plans to go out today. So I wouldn't consider today a date, but rather two girlfriends just hanging out. I felt like it was inappropriate that I got excited. Hold it. You don't really know if he has a girlfriend or not, right? Yeah. And you ended up liking him as someone of the opposite sex? I think so. Do you even know if he prefers women? I don't. Are you saying that he might prefer men? Now that I think about it, it could be possible, but... Well, no, I don't think it's given that he swings that way just because he cross-dresses. I see, that didn't even cross my mind. Why don't you just ask him if he has a partner? I mean, I'm not sure I like him in a romantic sense yet. I didn't get the feeling that he saw me as a potential partner at all. Maybe it was just me getting excited in the back of my head there, but even you thought I was unusual at first, right? I know I was surprised at first, but he told me he was tall and had a build and suited for cross-dressing. But he still didn't let that get him down or pay more attention to beauty and makeup than I do. He looked like he was having so much fun. He looked like he was glowing. I wanted to get to know him better. I never thought of him as unusual. I definitely wasn't imagining it. Yeah, you're like an open book. Well, for now, why don't we wait and see? Yeah, I'll just keep calm for now. I definitely won't confess or anything. We just got to know each other, so I really don't want to ruin this relationship. You should be able to tell it when someone is just being nice to you, right? No matter if what you feel is love or affection. You tend to wear your heart on your sleeve. I'm just worried you'll be busted. I'll do my best to keep it in check. I'll await further progress reports. And we're back at Enokita-san. And he just took a shower and he's looking at his phone and it says bing bing. And he wrote to Shibata-san, thank you so much for today. I'm very happy you did my makeup for me. Oh no, he's writing to Masamune-san. Thank you so much for today. I'm very happy you did my makeup for me. You're welcome. I had fun doing it. How were the pancakes? We didn't manage to go. But I made a promise with Shibata-san, so I'll definitely give it another shot. And he's recalling her flustered expression, and he's feeling uncomfortable. That's definitely not what she meant by it, though. She didn't mean to offend him. Okay, my camera's about to die, so let's go back to black for a second while I turn my camera off. Take the night away. I say to hit on the floor. Take the night away. We gonna hit on the floor. Guys, you know what a good thing to watch on stream would be? The Super Bowl. I can't wait for the Super Bowl to come so we can watch the Super Bowl live performance. That's like my favorite part of the beginning of the year. It's probably like the best part of the beginning of the year. Tonight we gonna be hit on the floor. Take the night away. We gonna hit on the floor. Take the night away. Don't be fooled by the rocks. I'm glad that we didn't have as many technical difficulties that round. As long as I'm calm, I guess it'll figure itself out. Ugh, I don't like the way the aspect ratio is coming out. Or like the frames per second look weak. But anyway. So this is a brand new chapter, and this is back on Shibata-san. It is so cold in here. I'm gonna turn the heater on. This rain is like really so cold. Okay. Okay, this is the day after the outing. All I need to do today is empty my mind. I just need to act naturally, just like last week. Be friendly. Nothing complicated. Oh, I'm getting on the elevator. Ah! What's that sound? You sounded like an insect. This is like some stranger. She's like, nothing. My bad. Good morning, Shibata-san. Same. Ta? Ta? So you're a sports person, huh? Huh? I'm 100% an arts person. Huh? Am I acting weird? How did I even act last week? Crap, I can't remember it all. Morning, folks. How do you like my Hawaiian shirt? It's a limited edition from the Okecon I went to yesterday. Well, wow, it's great. It's a pompadour Mozilla. A Mozilla subspecies. It's like a Godzilla subspecies? Oh my god, this looks like an editorial or something. It looks weird. It makes me look surprisingly mature, doesn't it? This is, Mori-chin. I have regular shirts, but I think Hawaiian shirts are just more me. Yep, you've got that right. It really suits you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I finally feel like I'm acting like myself. My glasses. You really are a god. What? Why'd you suddenly find faith? Donations are welcomed. And Okita-san's glancing at her and act normal. They exchange a glance and she instantly turns away, acting awkward. I knew it. She really is acting a bit strange. Is it because of yesterday? In the end, I didn't manage to speak with her today. Though we shouldn't really speak about yesterday at work. Was it right to cut the outing short? I mean, it was all about me, wasn't it? But that expression she had was... No, maybe I'm just overthinking it. It could be a number of things, like being out of breath from walking too fast or something. Gosh, this dress I bought sure is cute. And I wanted to eat pancakes too. Pancakes loaded with fresh cream, with berry sauce. I could have eaten a ton of them. Though I wanted to eat them when I was younger, I wasn't allowed to. I need to get more experience. I told her I'd take another shot at it, so I need to get used to cross-dressing. This time, I will be the one to ask Shiba to send out. Okay, so he's dressed up as a woman with a skirt and some Converse and a puffer. He's wearing a mask and sunglasses, and everyone's looking at him like, who's this creep? There's actually a convenience store under my house, but I still don't have the courage to cross-dress there. So I'm here at one about 15 minutes from my house, which I've never been to before. I'll buy something here. Oh, there's quite a few people here. I shouldn't stay long. I'll try to blend in. If I get caught and reported... Ugh. That's right. I shouldn't overthink this. My outfit's not as cute as yesterday, but they're casual clothes. I'm not bothering other people. I'm doing nothing wrong. I'm just here to get something I need. And he buys a $3 cake. That's so cute. I'm jelly. I want to buy a $3 cake. There's no such thing as a $3 cake. At least not one that's shaped like a little bunny. I really bought a cake. When I get back, I'll take a photo and savor this. A few weeks later. Twitter. Subaru. I bought a skirt for summer. I wish I could wear this out. We're treating each other like nothing happened at work. I think this watching from a distance relationship is for the best. How dare they bring up parasocial relationships in front of me? Oh my god, did I sound like Bill Nye in Harry Potter? It's like, your ministry is strong. God, we have to listen to that quote. What is it? It's like, take from those who seek to take it from you. Wait. We have to find it. Bill Nye. His name is so weird. Potter. Your ministry is strong. This one. It's like so iconic. These are dark times indeed.
Are dark times, there is no denying.
There is no denying.
Our world has perhaps faced no...
Our world has, in fact, faced no greater threat.
Greater threat than it does today. But I say this to our
citizens.
We,
ever your servants,
will continue to
defend your liberty and repel the forces that seek to take it from you. Yeah, I had it memorized, but at the same time, like, I couldn't think of it. I still can't. I'm gonna replay it.
Repel the force. Will continue.
We will continue to protect your forces and repel the forces that seek to take it from you. Your ministry will stand tall. I fucking love that line. That's probably like my favorite line in anything. It's the best. The best line ever delivered in any movie ever. Bill Nye, Harry Potter. As Rufus Scrimgeour. Anyway, back to parasocial. Parasocial vibes. Shibata-san! Oh, and Okita Okita-san! Well, good morning. You're not riding your bike today, huh? Well, the mornings are so hot these days, I just take the train. Also, thanks for the likes. You just gave me one, too. Well, you're making me blush. I'm sorry if I'm pressuring you. You must be feeling great if you're uploading so many cross-dressing pictures. Well, I want to take another shot at it soon. Going for pancakes. I've gotten a lot more comfortable cross-dressing lately. I should be able to cross-dress and take a walk with my head held high. What? Comfortable? This means all of this was just for pancakes. Well, yeah. I actually bought that skirt you liked to go get pancakes. I thought of asking you out again once I was prepared. Well, what day would you think be good for you? Will you go out with me again to a pancake parlor? Oh, this feeling. He's treating me like a fellow woman. Well, do you even know if he prefers women? That's like echoing in the sound of her mind.
Hi! Hi!
Do you see? Do you see his tail?
Hi! I'm eating her tail. I stole it!
She ran because she was like, "Don't steal my tail with your chin." Feels like a violin rest when you hold it there. And then you're like, bum, 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 bum. What was my... Like, you're supposed to rest your pinky on the top of the bow. You're supposed to go... You have to have your wrist angled downward and you go... Anyway. I know, I'm such a professional. I'm a professional violinist. Let's go as soon as possible. I'm free this weekend. And he seems happy. Next day, she's up in the morning. She's squeezing the toy that reminded her of that guy's butt. And she's like, "Oh, I better get ready. Today, we're gonna take another shot at getting pancakes." He looks so cute. I love this wig. I like the way the wig is different. The wig is different this time. I have a reservation under an Okita-san. But this is Shibata. But this is an Okita-san. I'm being silly. Look how pretty. I like that he did a side bang. Look at the side bang. It's so cute. Yes. Are you an Okita-sama? This way, please. And in her mind, she's like, "Is this a man?" Shibata's like, "There are way more women in here than I expected. This store is super popular. Are you alright?" "I'm fine. Because I have a strategy to deal with today. When I was out with my former employer, I was subjected to an interrogation. An interrogation? What are you talking about? Like a police interrogation? What the world did you do?" "I didn't do anything bad. I was staying late at a company working overtime and went to the convenience store in the middle to get something to eat. But the lack of sleep made me dizzy, so I sat on a bench to rest for a while, and that's when they came up to me. Luckily, I had my employee ID and my bag of shopping to verify my story, so they let me go. But to this day, I still remember being so upset that it chilled me to the bone." But he was wearing a normal outfit. He wasn't even cross-dressing. So, on a day where he was just being a normal man, he gets called by the cops. That's definitely annoying. Maybe the police system in Japan is, like, just as stressful. I mean, I don't like it. I'm incredibly stressed out by my own police system. Do you like that? I think I hate it. I hate that. I look like Debbie Ryan. It's freaky. I'd rather look like Jesus Christ. Okay, but anyway. I had nothing to feel guilty about, but I got oddly flustered during that interrogation, which made me look suspicious. I realized that it was exactly the same as cross-dressing. I came here today to dress up nicely and to enjoy pancakes with you.
I have nothing to feel guilty about, so I'm fine. Great. Then let's order something tasty. I know Kita-san is really getting into cross-dressing. I can't believe how fluffy it is. Is this your first time having pancakes?
Ugh, now I want to make waffles.
I knew about them, but I didn't have the courage to go into these kinds of places as a single man. I had 3 siblings. My second eldest brother was a big eater with a sweet tooth. Ever since I was little, he'd always take my share of snacks.
She keeps having these thoughts where she's like, that's sad. She said it twice. She's thought that he was sad twice. That's definitely not. I mean, I would prefer someone to be honest with me, but I don't know. Ugh, now I want Monty's. I should not go get Monty's, but I do want Cheetos. Fucking hell. Okay, anyway. After he almost got diabetes, my parents would limit my snacks and tell me, don't be like him. The thought of being able to have a dessert like this to myself is making me tear up with joy. That's super sad. I'm so happy that your dream came true. Feel free to invite me to any other shop you're uncomfortable going alone to. Well, oh no, why am I getting ahead of myself? Only if you need someone to accompany you, of course. Well, really? I'd be happy to have you tag along. Well, dude, there are so many places I want to go. Dude. Oops. Sorry, that just slipped out. I shouldn't have said that while cross-dressing. I should speak in a more feminine manner. Well, I don't think the people around you will care if you don't try too hard. Well, the people around me. Well, Shibata, what do you think? In my opinion, I think you're fine like that. What? That's the weirdest. It's not. You do speak like that sometimes, and if that's your true self, then I want to speak with the real you. Well, the real me, huh? Well, then would it be fine if I spoke to you, if I spoke more like myself while I dressed as a man? I know it's the real me, but I'd like to act more feminine while cross-dressing. Well, I see. You've got a point there. I'm totally fine with that, too. I feel like we've closed some distance. But he looks a little uneasy.
Do you want to go to another store now? It's just over there. A fast fashion store? Are you sure about shopping? It's not a cute place like Masamene's salon. I've bought so much from him that I only have frilly nice clothes. I want some clothes that I can layer while cross-dressing. I was curious about whether stores like these had women's clothing in larger sizes. Oh, they're beautiful. Every one of these dresses are lovely on their own. Layering them won't do them justice. Well, if you can't decide, just try them all on. How do you normally coordinate your clothes? I just like rotating combinations of patterned shirts and slacks. Dressing boyishly is fine. Women's clothing come in such a variety of colors and styles. I've never really been interested in clothes, but I've been paying more attention to detail since I've started cross-dressing. Now that I think about it, women have both boyish and girlish styles. But is there girlish men's fashion? I think you can find clothes like that, but then most only unisex clothes can be found in normal stores. Coordinating clothes, I'm sure Nade-san would have the perfect advice for this. She works as an admin for a fashion company e-commerce site, and she's good at coordinating. So Nade-san, Nadeshko, she likes music, games, hardly ever is home on weekends because she's attending her favorite artist live shows. I would kill for that life, that's great. And then Rene-san, a freelance illustrator. I'm not good with makeup like Masamune. I'm useless for anything but following Enokita-san around. I wish I could do more help. But just try on everything you're interested to start. Okay. I'll start with the most gender-neutral outfit. This is a hot outfit. He's wearing a cardigan, a loose, oversized neckline, like baggy neckline t-shirt and some beautiful like black, they look like pleather pleather pants, but I can't tell. They're very shiny.
Hi Emma, you're so beautiful. You're shiny. You're a pair of pleather pants.
And your ears are warm. You have so much potential. This could be a new look for you. Thank you very much, but I feel uncomfortable because these clothes are too masculine. Why? Jeans are something I wear with men's clothes, so it feels like my lower half is still a man while I'm out cross-dressing. I see. It's like being a hero revealed in the middle of transforming. Ah, I get it now. But the cardigan looks nice, right? Yeah, I think it's fine. Whoa, that's great! What do you mean? I think that flash of nape was fantastic. This girl's a pervert. It's just like, how the fuck do people notice that? She's like, this part of your neck. I never noticed the nape of people's neck. I noticed the nape of my neck in a video and I was like, didn't look that hot. I don't think my nape is that hot. I never think about it more than like, yikes. Well, maybe I guess that's the same thing as thinking that it's great. Oh my god, my eyes burn. Whoa. Your nape, it peeks through the collar. Or like the seductive 45-degree peak. 45-degree? I don't know how to express it. I want to take a picture to show them what I mean, but we're in a fitting room. I don't want to bother the other customers. I'm not sure if this will make this clearer, but... And she's grabbing like a pen to draw on her phone. Here's a diagram of what I mean. And she draws like the 45-degree nape. It's kind of like here. That's so weird. I'd never think of that. Wow, it's me! You drew me! It's not that big of a deal. I'm the type that doodles all over my school notes. Oh, this is amazing. I forgot you're a 2D designer. I didn't expect him to be so happy about it. I'm a designer in name only. Even children could draw this well. I don't think just anyone could have drawn this. I certainly couldn't. This is the first time anyone's ever drawn me. I'm so happy. Can you send me this later? Oh my god, I'll send you as many as you want. I'll draw you on trying the other stuff too. This is adorable. She's like cute. She's having her own cuteness overload moment. And he tried on and tried on and tried on and bought a lot. And he's like, I'm sorry for dragging you all over the place. I've got no complaints. I'm just satisfied I got a fashion show from someone I'm cheering on. Cheering on? Well, that's right, I'm talking about you. Seeing you happy made me feel great. I'll keep being here for you. Please let me know if there's anything else I can do. If I'm not mistaken, cheering on is a term fans use when referring to their favorite idols or characters. That means back then when she would have had that reaction, was that the reaction of a fan who got too close to her idol? Ugh. I got too full of myself. I'm not the type of person that deserves that kind of cheering on. God damn it. If people were this honest with me, and I thought that, I should fucking punch myself in the face. Because you know what? Just take the fucking compliment. Take the compliment. If someone's like, I'm cheering you on as your fan, just say thank you and be happy and grateful and move the fuck on. Don't you dare taint that with your insecurity. Just take a deep breath and say, I am valuable. I am worth people's time. This person just told me I am worth their time.
believe people. Like, oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm cheering you on, Nikita-san. Can you believe that blue light glasses are so yellow? I guess it makes sense, but it's just like something I didn't really consider. It's like a lash in my eye. Hi, Emma! Hi! You're so cute! Oh my god, it's 7? What time does the supermarket close? Oh, it's open 24 hours. That's cool. Okay, well, I should probably end streaming soon. This chapter is the last chapter, so I'll probably end after this. I mean, this is him on the plane, and he made the picture she drew for him as his wallpaper. That's so cute. I mean, I'm not a celebrity. I'm just a nobody who likes to cross-dress. Just a regular colleague. His boss comes up to him and is like, "Oh, Anokita-kun, take a look at this. It's a new building block set from Wagyu. Zombie Hospital. Ah, Wagyu blocks. We had these in my home. It's a worldwide bestseller after all. We're having a research session to see if there's anything we can learn from it." That sounds fun. I want to work for a company like that. It's got quite a lot of parts. Did you put this together yourself? Me and a few volunteers. Playing with toys is part of the job. This zombie nurse is really well made. Quality isn't the only thing this set has going for it. Each figure has pre- and post-zombification parts that can be swapped in and out. If you buy the Peaceful Hospital set they'll sell separately, you can recreate the hospital in its peaceful days. Oh, that's such a good business move. This really is a marketing hoe. She's really a marketing hoe. Because her last story was about how they were selling soaps and, like, cleaning products. Like, shampoos and shit. Or perfume. She's like a business whore. Now she's working on, like, an archaeology project. There's this toy project. And then before there was the soap project. It's very good. Very good, Kimetsu Yamada. Is this a lost girl? The pattern on her clothes is elaborate. It's so cute. You can change her arm and she becomes a zombie victim. Oh no, that's terrible. Oh, well, don't worry. The hospital has serums. And thus, Cress Bluefield enters a zombie-infested hospital. You're gonna waste your day playing. Isn't it amazing that this toy hospital has an MRI room? An MRI room? The bed even slides in and out properly. You can't even see the radiation source from outside, but they still use a transparent part here. I've had an MRI before. The feeling of claustrophobia is real. You've got a lot of experiences with hospitals for someone so young. I wonder if it's something to do with his previous black company. Using a transparent part for lights and windows makes it feel real and rich. She draws memos at work, too. And he's, like, staring at her tablet, and she's like, "Ooh, please don't stare at me with that pure expression." Sorry, it was just too colorful and pretty. I already said I'm not on that level. It doesn't matter what level you're on. I turned that picture you gave to me into my wallpaper. That's too much fan service. It's not fan service. I'm heading off first. Good work. Internal portfolio. That's right. Maisel House has an internal portfolio. We can view all the products and deliverables and 2D and 3D designs are responsible for. It's also we can understand the work of others without being on the same team so we can all improve. My previous company was nothing like this. Only the top producers and directors were recognized. There was no career advancement from the bottom. Like, he's staring at like a bunch of different product images.
product packaging, capsule toy promo, and there's even some study books too. She sure is an all-rounder. There's a lot of copyrighted animals and figurines. Or mini figurines. Is she good at those? That's Shibata's portfolio, isn't it? Nishimori-san! I'm sorry, it's fine, you're free to look. It's just that, I can't just let you go home like this. And Shibata's on the train thinking about what Enokina said about, I turned your picture into my wallpaper. And she's like, did he seriously need to make it his wallpaper? Did that crappy sketch really make him happy? He's just too pure. Guys, she's having the moment. She's having this moment. She's having this moment where she's like, oh my god, it's so cute. Oh my god, it's so cute. She's having that moment. It's beautiful. She's my ally. She's my ally. My friend. We are allies from different continents, but we have the same goals. It's so good. It's so pure. This is what I want to bring to Hollywood, guys. This is the feeling I want to bring. I want to bring the feeling of like you see something cute and you're like, oh my god. It's, ugh. You understand. You get it. You get it. It's a beautiful feeling. Anyway. It's making me so embarrassed. I'm glad he's happy with it, but I feel like I went too far. At least let me not finish my fucking thought. Okay. I'm home. Welcome back. Look, it's my first illustration collection. They sent me a complimentary copy. Wow, that's right. It's on sale today. Congrats. I even went to have a peek at the large bookstore today. That sounds nice. I want to go next time. I bought some roast beef from the department store to celebrate. Oh, I want turkey. I have turkey in my fridge. Nade-san will be home soon, so let's have dinner. She's looking at this beautifully done illustration book, and she's like, Ren-san is amazing. You went out with Shibata on your day off? Have you ever been out with her before? Yeah, to movies or Wan Fest. We're like fellow otaku. Where did you two go anyway? To a cafe and to buy cute clothes. Cute clothes? Is that strange? Oh no, not really. But do you two even have the same taste in clothes? Well, we don't. But she still accompanied me to the places that I wanted to go and seemed satisfied enough about it. But I'm not satisfied with how things are. Sorry, I must be confusing you. So, are you trying to say you like Shibata? Huh? I don't know. I don't know if like is the way to put it. He's so pure. I think I'm fucking crying. I think I'm fucking crying. I'm literally fucking crying. Not that much. Not that much. My eyes are watering. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's not a real cry. But like, I still sometimes say like, I just cried. Oh my god. He's so pure. He's so pure. Oh my god, he's so cute. I could die. I could die. I could die. I can't. Oh my god. Okay, we're back. We're back. Okay.
Is it because your feelings are still budding? Why is this? Now that I want to sit, like, from here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
It's kind of hard for me to explain. I don't think that it's fine as long as she's going along with me. It's more than that. Right now, there's some strange distance between us. If possible, I'd like for us to remain friends and colleagues at least. So, to be more normal. I want to get along with her.
Is he a mustache or is he a beer mustache? By the way, that cute clothes you mentioned earlier. You're pretty maidenly, aren't you? Excuse me. Which part of me is? You have like this aura around you that oozes out with every word you say. Doesn't feel like something that happens overnight. Anyway, why don't you just tell her what you told me? That's pretty observant and cute. Very convenient for the plot line. I would appreciate if someone called me maidenly. But again, no. Oh my god, I feel like Neville Pepperman. I feel like Neville Pepperman. You will rue this day, Carly Shay. You will rue it. Oh god, I'm yelling way too much. But anyway, that was beautiful. We have now read 2 series by the same bitch, Miss Kimotsu Yamada, if I said that right. Kintetsu. Oh, that's embarrassing. Kintetsu Yamada. Kintetsu Yamada. Yamada. I am 100% expecting both of these to end up on the Barnes & Noble shelves. So, if you're interested, go ahead and buy one at Barnes & Noble when they come out. I know I will, because I have like, I don't know how many volumes they have, but I have at least like 5 volumes from Bookwalker. So I probably won't buy them from Barnes & Noble, but I'll probably buy them from Bookwalker when they come out. So, there you go. I hope you enjoyed. If you like this, come back. If you didn't, you don't have to come back. And yeah. Oh my god, my hair is so curly. Jeez. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed. Bye, YouTube!